Low tech. I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay. That'll work. Now let's see. Let's see if my plan works here. I'm going to refresh my channel and I'll see if my live stream will show up here. Okay. It's muted, but now I can see the chat. Okay. All right. Man, I haven't been live on YouTube forever. I got to remember I can do this with a friggin' phone. You know, the thing is, I got to tweet it out. I can tweet it out. Twitter. Let's see here. Phone stream on YouTube. Wow. Phone stream on YouTube. Wow. There we go. Yep, it did work. Okay. Let me close a few tabs on my computer here. And all right. Started streaming less than a minute ago. So we'll see if anybody shows up. I haven't done YouTube forever. Oh my goodness. It's funny. I got, that phone or that microphone doesn't mean anything because it's just, the phone. But this one's got a pretty good speaker. It should work. I gotta get back to YouTube. I mean, this is where the roots are, right? Yeah, I got a few smokes I gotta roll a few more. 3 people watching. We'll see if anyone types. Good to see you in the house. I'm on YouTube. I don't know. Do I have to cover my do I have to cover my mug? Anthony Bressler. I gotta remember YouTube's heavily censored, so yeah, good to see you in the house. Mrs. Chris's World? Oh my goodness. Every time I come back to YouTube, there's so many great people here that aren't over on D Live. I'm doing good. You know what? I'm so in the habit of going live at the other place. I just decided, you know what? I'm not going to switch my license key. I'm not going to fire up the OBS and all that. I've got a cell phone here. What else do I need to go live? It's me. It's you. We're live. Wow, Mrs. Chris's World. How is Chris doing? Oh my goodness. Man, are you guys still doing YouTube or Sister Golden Hair? Wow. Holy crap. Wow. Can you hear me okay? I'm in the garage. It's quiet. And Bud, that one dude. Well, the thing is, Bud, YouTube, I'm like sort of a rudderless ship right now. Yeah, I know you got married, but I mean, he's doing good. I mean, that's cool. David the producer? Holy crap. Down in New Orleans still? Happy Valentine's Day, Wacky. Much love to you. You know what? I've got to come back to YouTube because there's great people here that aren't at the other place. Audio's good. Yeah, I got my OBS here. I'm out in the garage. I just did a stream for a little bit over at the other place, and I was like, damn, I got to get over to YouTube. So yeah, David, the producer, me and my wife went out for Mexican tonight. I had a big, tall line of Kugel. I don't drink that often, but last time I drank, I've still got my Jack Daniels here that I haven't drank from about 8 months ago when I got super drunk over on D Live on a stream. So I haven't drank since then. My Jack Daniels sits on the floor there. I did 10 shots in 90 minutes and they were oversized shots. So it's probably like 15 shots. I got so drunk. Hey, wait a minute though. I do have my laughter. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. I've gotten away from YouTube, but I have to watch everything I eat or drink now. Oh, strict diet. Well, my wife's diabetic, so I mean, she's got to watch her diet a little bit too. I don't know if it's something like that. But I went from being wacky to the world getting crazy. So then I was doing news. Now the news got all censored, and I'm not sure what I want to do now. I've done some Aussie videos, my husky. I don't know. I was thinking of writing a trucker song. They gave me that. They inspired me to maybe do a Canadian trucker song when I was just live over at D Live. I was like, that might be a good time for a trucker song. Wow, there's 9 people in the house. Holy crap. Who goes live anymore? What's David the producer doing? Oh, you had open heart surgery. Wow. Oh, that's pretty dramatic. Wow. I'm always worried that sooner or later. But I'm in this place, I know this is going to sound morbid, where I don't ever want to go back to a hospital. So if I get all clogged up, I might have to find some ulterior ways to, bud that one dude, a truck or something. Well, YouTube, you're always supposed to jump on current events, and that helps you get in the algorithm. I mean, right now, a Canadian trucker song might be, I don't know. I'd probably find a YouTube copyright free beat or something like that. Yeah, David, I don't know what I want to do. I've got a real job now. I've had a real job for past couple of years. Just I spend a lot of, I work 5 days a week. And originally I was going to do live streams while I was out working, do deliveries. And that's why from the phone. But a lot of times I find myself, me and my wife are talk for hours because we both do deliveries. So we'll just have the phones up on our dashboard. Big Tender, 1982. I've got a dog now, David, the producer. I don't know have you seen Ozzy? Yeah, I've got a husky now. I can't show him to you on the phone, really, but well, I probably got a picture of him. Actually, I probably do get a picture. I don't know if everyone in the chat knows he's sort of like the second love of my life. I wonder if I got a picture of him in here. Oh yeah, I got him chasing his tail yesterday. Here. That's Ozzy. I probably had Match Game going in the background on the Game Show Network, so I hope there wasn't any music on that. But yeah, next, I wonder if I just got a straight picture of him. Oh yeah, he was here. Here, this is really cute. I caught him sleeping the other night. There we go. Yeah, he's a Siberian Husky. But he's in the wow, there's 12 people watching in the house. That's amazing. This is just me. I love D Live and everything. But if I look at the people that have gone over there that came from YouTube over here, the numbers are really down. The attendance to live streams for, I guess, if you want to call it the regulars, the people you grew up with. Yeah, Ozzy is cute. Wow, being on YouTube feels like wearing your girlfriend's panties. So weird. Oh my goodness. Hello, Exploring Ginger. Oh my goodness. David the producer, $10 super chat. Love seeing you back. Well, okay, now here's the thing about YouTube. I'll be honest, I've said this a million times. We are spoiled over. Thank you so much, David, for that super chat. Thank you. Over at the other place, D Live, we're real comfortable playing videos and music and all that kind of stuff. When you come to YouTube, you got to be yourself again. There's no props. I mean, I can't play regular music. I can't. I got to just be me. So it kind of forces you into a different zone, a different mode. I don't know. Jacob Birch. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't have a plan right now, you know. Man, I don't want to be. Oh no, yeah, it's kind of borderline. Shoot, I should get this. Well, I I've always made joke. Here, wait a minute, wait a minute. Maybe I can lower my chair. I don't want to be one of those live streamers where you look up their nose. You know, you ever see people on camera that are doing live streams and they're like, "Oh, look up my nose, please, please look up my nose, please." Oh my goodness. Well, David the Bruiser, there's 14 people in here. Maybe I could get as popular as Joe Rogan, and then I would only need 10 million, 900 thousand, and then 987 people. I think I can still do math. Alex Joe, what? What? Exploring gender, Alex. Oh, yeah. I was making jokes about that. I was like, oh crap, YouTube, they might censor me because I'm not advertising them technically. That just happens to be the mug I have tonight. I do watch Alex every day though. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good Tuesday morning. Davros Von Scaro. Davros, I'm over on YouTube. Holy shit. Wow. And there's a whole bunch of great people over here I forgot about. I mean, I forgot, the family we have over here. Oh my goodness. Oh my. No, I'm telling you, the joke about the math, the 10,900,000, then well, actually it'd be 90,000, then I'd have to keep doing it out. But you want to blow someone's mind away. I've said this a million times, pay for something in cash somewhere at a store to a high school person and pay with 100 and buy like a brisk when they're like 2 for 222. It will just blow their mind away when they have to give you change. It just yeah. Oh my goodness. No, Davros, I was saying, it's just an observation. It's just me. I think, for all of us that went over to the other place, I think the viewership's going real down. I mean, real down. I mean, shit, Cab's live over there right now. He's got almost 11,000 followers. He's got 20. Now, I love my brother Cab. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just talking about numbers, simple numbers. 22 people in the chat. You know what? Even if my phone's low, gotta have my chair up. I don't know. Maybe I should come back to YouTube. But yeah, Cab's got 10,500 followers and it's 22 people in the chat. I don't know. Sheba B. Hello, how? I don't know. YouTube's so heavily censored, so it kind of rules out deep conversations about news. I don't know, anything gets you kicked off of this platform nowadays, but I don't know. Oh, hey, some of you don't know this because I'm on YouTube. Check this out. The Wacky's going to be a grandpa. I've got a little granddaughter coming soon. Originally the due date was April. They might have to come back to the dark side. Luke, I'm your father. Come to the dark side. Come join Justin Trudeau. Come join Klaus Schwab. Come to the dark side. Oh, sorry about that. That was a hot mic. Anyway, I'm going to be Colt 49ers. Wow. On the other side. Oh, yeah, even Davros is saying his game nights. He does that on Saturdays over there. 30 to 40, maybe. Used to be 60 to 120. Hey, Raymond. Oh, yeah, so back to the due date. It was an April due date. This is my son. This would be my middle son. I kind of refer to him as the young son, the middle son, the older son. How else to keep track of your kids? So he got married, and originally they weren't going to have kids, but things changed. I don't know if they tried or it was a slip up or what it was, but whatever happened. And so it's going to be an April due date. And but now there's some complications where they might have to induce a little early. They're yeah, Grandpa Wacky. I know. It's crazy. I'm gonna have a granddaughter. That's gonna be interesting because when she comes over, I gotta make sure Ozzy doesn't eat her. I could crank my laughter effect up actually. Can still get laughter effect on the phone. Yep, Sister Golden Hair, Grandpa Wacky. So what's David the producer doing with you and Juliet? You're just doing the podcast still? I mean, what are you guys up to? I'm really out of the loop. I got to turn my space heater on here. I've got heat in the garage, but my feet, all I've got on, for winter time, I've just got my Crocs on, and my socks are kind of sweaty wet. Too much information, right? Oh, I bet this would even work. Hello, Luke. Come to the dark side. Yeah, that would still work. Wait, if I turn my speakers up. Oh, wait. That comes through the other speakers. Oh, I got that way down. Hold on. Check. Yeah, check. Oh, and I can turn my echo on. Wacky, come to the dark side. I'm just trying out my effects on the phone, just seeing if you can hear them. Ted Nugent is coming on the show in a few weeks. David the producer, I watch, well, certain places. And Ted Nugent's on their channel a lot. I love Ted Nugent. He's a patriot, man. You tell him the Wacky says hi. You tell him I love his attitude towards being a patriot. You're seriously going to talk Ted Nugent? Man, is he seriously never done drugs? He's always preaching about that. I mean, now you just sound like an old guy running to the bathroom in the middle of the night. There you go. Ashley McCormick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I love Ted Nugent. He really speaks his mind, and he's really a page. He was really pissed at Neil Young. That whole, thing with Neil Young and Spotify and Joe Rogan and all that. I just watched an interview that he had about, but that came up in the interview, and keep on rocking in the free world, but you want to censor everybody. Sounds great. But wow. Yeah, I know, Ashley. I'm you know what? I just randomly decided to strip it down tonight. Just put the phone here. I didn't want to open up my OBS. I didn't want to I didn't want to switch my stream key and all that. I was just like, you know what? I just finished a little stream at the other place, and I don't know. I just decided I got to get back to YouTube. Did Ozzy get a Valentine's? Oh, yeah, Raymond. Me and my wife, we went out for Mexican food. We got some to-go containers. It was so good. When I got home, I got to admit, I shared the spoils of the Mexican food with Ozzy. And I paid for it later when he took a big dump on my kitchen floor. I suspect it was the Mexican food. I'm just sharing with you what the Wacky's going through with the Husky. Keep on censoring oh, that would be funny. Keep on censoring the free world. Oh my goodness. The thing about parodies, I wonder how close you can come on the music without getting a copyright strike. I mean, I know you can parody and, kind of get away with the copyright strikes, but if you use like a karaoke background track, you'd have to almost make your own music, kind of where it would be close enough to, it's really hard to record stuff, to make it good for the, That's a great idea, though. Keep on censoring the free world. There's another Joe Rogan that'll never live stream. I'm getting ideas. I'm getting ideas. Davros. I was shadow bombed for my original channel. It's Lori J. Okay, Sheba B. Most karaoke tracks are really bad anyway. Yeah, but well, I did a parody on TikTok. I did a parody to Margaritaville. Um, Sniffing some hair again. I can't control myself. It's a Joe Biden song. And I put it on TikTok and I used a karaoke track. I thought I'd get away with it. And it got copyright struck down like within the first 2 minutes that I had it up. So I re-recorded it with no music. I did it a cappella. I thought that song was pretty funny, actually. Sniffing some hair again. I can't control myself. Looking for my, and then at the end, it's like, but I know it's all just Trump's fault. I thought it was a pretty good music parody, but it never got beyond just a little a cappella version, you know? Oh my goodness. Ashley McCormick says, good to see you. Have a good night. You too. Damn, I gotta get this phone up higher. I need this phone up higher. I cannot look in my nostrils. I've got to go higher. I mean, I can hold it, but I don't want to hold it for that long. That's much better, but where is my, wait a minute. Is it out here? I had my stand. Hold on a sec here. I'll put it back here for just a sec. Ah, crap, it's falling. Okay, hold on a sec here. I had my stand. I thought I brought it out here. Yeah, I got my selfie stick. Hold on just a sec. I'm looking for something. Now I can walk through here. I mean, yeah, I can put it on my selfie stick. I got that, but then I still got to hold it. It's here, so I should have put it in a better place. I mean, I got my selfie stick here, but then it's, well, wait a minute. Let me try it. Let me see what I can do here. Let's take a look here. Oh, that's not going to work. Screw it. Next time, I'll be more prepared. I'll be more prepared next time. Yeah, it's good enough. It'll have to work. I got my phone propped up on some old socks. Once the socks get holes in them, they go to the garage and become rags for polishing cars and stuff. Yes, Seth, it's me. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. J-Real Slots, good to see you. Kenneth the Kentucky Fam says, I have 62,000 views all over the world, Brother Dave. Sweet. They were just suggesting, Karaoke Ken, that I do a Keep on Rockin' in the Censored World. Joe 47771. Good to see you in the house. I remember you. Yeah, it has been a while. I just kind of randomly decided to crank up a stream over on YouTube, see what's going on. I do have to get back here. I do. I've got to buckle down. You know, it's one of those deals, it's like, I don't know. I gotta do it. Freaking artists wanting paid for their intellectual property are ruining it for us. Well, you know what I don't understand, Davros? This is just me on YouTube. You know, we all get to listen to all this music for free anyway. I mean, you and me right now could both go to Neil Young and watch Rockin' in the Free World. Whatever it is. That's the Seth I know. Why doesn't YouTube just like have a $15 a month service and we could play like music from YouTube on our live streams? Because we can all watch it for free anyway. Something like that. And then maybe the artist could get a little kickback, I don't know. J-Real Slots, how's Cab 7 doing? Well, he's live right now over on D Live. He's had some honest live streams over there. He's having some health issues. No secret, nothing private. He could use prayers, you know. Rest in peace, Meatloaf. Wow, that's kind of a while ago. Yeah, wouldn't that be great, Raymond? You know, something like that. I don't know. Seth says, miss y'all. Yeah, this is as low tech as you can get. Just me, cell phone. This mic ain't working, you know. I mean, I could have fired up my OBS, but I'm like, that's work. Like, that's work. My kid's car's in the garage here, actually. It's behind the green screen, actually. Right there, that's his Audi. Let's see if we can get the camera on that beast. There we go. Rotating device. But yeah, there it is. He busted the freaking bumper down here last night. He hit one of our neighbors' mailboxes. He went over and talked to him. It's cool. He just kind of knocked it down. But behind the green screen is the kid's Audi. OBS is one freaking button, Davros says. Well, I would have had to go to YouTube, and I would have had to get my stream key, and I'd have to put my stream key in, Davros, and then I'd have to make sure I don't accidentally play some music or something like that. Davros isn't buying my excuse. Come on, man. Come on, man. I kind of like the stripped down live streams sometimes, Davros. Audi's difficult. Oh, yeah, I've worked on it with him several times, Joe. We've done some different things. He loves it, though. It's one of these TTs. It's pretty cool. You know, I don't see the option. I'll have to see. I don't want to do it. I don't want to lose the stream. My other phone, I used to be able to switch the camera view while I was live, but I don't see the options here to turn the camera around so I could switch to what I'm seeing and what you're seeing. Gemma's Journey Grace, holy crap. How you doing, girl? Jacob Birch, Cab's good. He's live somewhere else. Yeah, he's live right. He's over on D Live right now. And wow. The rate Davros my camera's not doing it justice. The radiator's fine. He got lucky. But I've helped him. Okay, so since we've had the Audi, we've had to do the oil pan twice. The fucking car is so low to the ground. He's bottomed it out twice. There's no skid plate on it. Twice I've done the oil pan. So 2 times on that. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe you can. Okay, that's the camera. Damn, I wish I could. Okay, what are the 3 dots now? I'm afraid to click on something and lose the live stream. I'll see if you can see it though. But that's the Audi, man. There it is. It's pretty badass. I don't know. We'll see if you can see it. Yeah, kind of scrunched in here. You can probably see it a little better. It's a pretty cool car. Yeah. Yeah, those rims, that's pretty cool. I don't know if you can see those. Those are Subaru rims with 2-inch spacers on them that he adapted. I was kind of proud of him for doing that, actually. I don't know if that worked. Greetings from Germany. It's morning here. Time for a car wash. Yeah, we good to go through a lot of car washes. I I go by Redrum on D Live. Jacob Birch, Redrum. Okay. That's cool. Cheesehead song, please. With shadow ban for my other channel. Well, I'm just on my phone, so Cheesehead song I'd have to play from, I'd have to find it in my computer or play it on my stream from my channel. Man, there's 18. See, look at this, Davros. 18 people in here. There were only 5 people, or maybe 9 at one point over on D Live. We got 18 great people over here on YouTube, and it's freaking 3:30 in the morning. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I definitely got to find my way back. Gold Eddie 23 is the channel that said greetings from Germany, by the way. Sorry, I didn't say the channel name. Gemma, I'm doing good. I'm going to be a grandpa sometime either March or April. I'll plug my phone in just to be safe, though. There's that spot. There we go. Oh, I'm at 63%. I'm golden. Mr. International. Jacob Birch, I try to hide my real name on D Live. Okay. About to have 17. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Davros. That's all right. Thanks, anyone, for showing up. I appreciate you saying hi to the wacky. It's been a while. I don't know. If I could figure out what I want to do on, maybe what I should do on YouTube is just forget about the friggin' videos for a little while. Well, I do want to make a video. I don't know if I could shoot this. I had this idea for a fake commercial. It's no big deal. There's only like 16 in there now. I was going to do it on the green screen. I thought if I did it right, maybe I'd get it done in an hour. But it was going to be, you know how I used to do those fake commercials a lot from Blanco and all that? So I thought about how would it go? It'd be like, are you suffering from Democratic voters' remorse? Right? A lot of people are. I'd be like the pitch person. And then it'd be like, and then I was gonna be like, well, we've got this new product for you. It's the, come on, man, or something. I don't know. So I'd have to put it together in my brain, once I get clicking on the idea. But I was gonna take a rubber hammer, like you hit your head with it, and then I was gonna have something scroll on the screen was like, don't use if, and then it'd be like, you support family values, you support the second, everything that's anti kind of Democrat, and it would be like a little infomercial kind of spoof, I don't know. I get these ideas, but I don't film them. Hazel? Is that Hazel? The real Hazel? Like the real Hazel? Snake Lady Hazel? Like my friend from YouTube and many years past? Is that the real Hazel in there? Jacob Birch says, time for me to get to bed. Been awake for 20 hours. Yeah, I can relate to that. That's the way last week, every day was like that. Last week, I even had an RV moment. Remember Robin Williams in RV when he's up all night on the computer and he lies down and he's just getting ready to crash out. And then his wife comes in like, okay, let's go. And then, yeah, I'm up. Doesn't say that he hasn't slept, all night. I had a moment just like that. I was up till like 9 in the morning and I literally just hit the pillows. I was it must have been maybe 38 seconds, maybe. And all of a sudden, roof, 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 roof. My daughter, Haley, came over with Mosey. That's her dog. He plays my dog, Ozzy. And so I hung out with her all afternoon. I didn't sleep. I ended up, in the end, I stayed up like 27 hours or something. Bring back the commercials, Davros. Hold on. What am I? Davros says, yeah, that's what James says. And then his stream dies because his phone. Well, I got my phone plugged in, Davros, so I'm all right. Yeah, Gemma, I haven't done anything on YouTube much lately. So, So that is the real Hazel? I heard, let me see here. Oh, I heard moderators can do this. That really is Hazel. They brought back the They brought back the three dot feature, but I heard it's only for moderators. Yay, one? Holy crap. Wow. Man, I'm really not digging this. I mean, the phone is so damn low, you're going to see my nostrils. Okay, I got to go higher. Okay, I'm going to see, I just make crazy stuff. Okay, so I'm going to try to stack these socks on a speaker, and then I'm going to put the phone up there, and let's see if it works. Uh, uh, it's holding. It's holding. It's not too far down if it falls. Gotta go to bed. Good night, bud. That one dude. Hey, good to see you in the house. Feels weird watching you hear grumpy grandpa. What? Wait, what? Just me? Wait a minute. Just me, Mareka? ASMR? Mareka's in the house? Oh my goodness, on YouTube. Look at all these great people. Even Davros, what the crap? Well, hello, just me, Mareka ASMR. Well, you know, the thing about those commercials, though, Davros, I did like making them. They do take a while to make. If, you know, they can take hours. And I'm a small YouTuber, you know. And it's me, Grumpy Grandpa. Wow. Leslie Powers. Holy, this is crazy. Wow, all these great people coming through here. How have let's see. What did Ye1 always say? You fucking stoner or something like that? What was your thing you always said, Ye1? I forget. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Well, it's not much of a party, Raymond. It's a cell phone, a couple cigarettes, a cup of coffee. It's not much of a party. Gemma says, I just upload to YouTube now. I've stopped streaming. Tommy Hawk 420, see, it's working good because I have my computer playing the stream. So I don't have to read the little text on the phone. I can read it right off my computer over here. Davros, I'm not going to touch that one. Davros says, hey, you'd be surprised at the fun you can have with a cell phone. Oh, that's right. Smash that like button. I'm so used to the other place. Hazel, Cheesehead supporter. Thank you. I might just start streaming on you. Oh, what I was saying is I get off track sometimes. Maybe I'll just start streaming on YouTube again and not worry about the frickin' videos. Just stream and see what's going on with people, you know? That's what Mareka said. I'm sort of sensing a little kinkiness going on here between Davros and Mareka. Oh crap, that was a hot mic. Sorry about that. Sorry. Sorry about that. She's denying it. She goes, I didn't say that. I did not. I did not. Oh my goodness. What was that message that got deleted there? Oh, something kind of foreign or something. Tommy Hawk 420 says, shout out to you, brother. Man, I really like that YouTube brought back the three dot thing. Thanks, Hazel. I'm okay. I'm alive. I think I still look all right, Hazel. I haven't aged that much. I mean, most dedicated streamer I've ever met. I used to be. Now I don't really know what to stream about. That's the thing, Tommy Hawk. Because I've gone through all different renditions, you know, where it was comedy, then it was news, and then it was whatever. And now, you know, I can only cover so much. They're doing the rounds on people's streams, the spam bot. Oh, okay. Thanks, Gemma. I wish YouTube would protect us creators more. Well, GoldEddie23 says, I was about to get some breakfast and saw your stream. Give a thumbs up and say hello. Well, it was totally random. I I don't know. Why do I get in a rut of keep going back to the other place and forget to come back here? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll find my way back. I wish it just wasn't so censored on YouTube. That's all. I could really talk about what. Oh, I've done some prayer streams over on D Live too. Because I think it's the end of the world coming pretty soon. I've tried that as well. Yes, Hazel. Well, here's what happened, Hazel. Everything's good, but she's in the hospital overnight. It's a little condition developing where they may induce the baby. It was going to be an April baby. It might be a March baby. They might shoot for 4 weeks early. Play music over there and do the other stuff over there. Yeah, I should be doing both, Davros. I really should. You just need to find your groove again on both platforms. You're trying to find yours too, Mareka? Yeah. That's exactly where I'm at, Mareka. I'm trying to find my groove again. Like, what do I want to talk about? What do I want to stream about? Thank you, Mareka. Yeah, I forget the condition. My wife just told me today. We prayed for her, but it sounds okay. But man, what is the name of that condition? Oh crap! Now, yeah, I miss the late night laughs. It'd be great to see you streaming. Well, the problem with that, Leslie Powers. Here's the problem: those Insomniac theaters. We started. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. No doubt about it. We had a lot of fun. But they started getting really, really nasty, really adult-like. And believe it or not, that's not the wacky. I'm an innuendo kind of guy, and I might swear a little bit, but I'm more of an innuendo guy, and it's hard, it's hard. So that's why the little joke goes around about the 7 forbidden words. Because I went and talked to people and said, you can't say this and you can't say that. I was censoring my own streams. I'm not into censorship, but yeah, that's how I feel, Mareka. Mareka says, I've been feeling so out of place and lost in the streaming world. That's me, Mareka. Fist bump to the lost. I don't have my place again. That's exactly it. I thought about it. I could even restream on YouTube and D Live at the same time. And I thought about some different ways that I could do it. I could actually do like a phone stream while I'm doing the D Live stream, or I could have 2 computers, 2 webcams. And if I was going to play music on D Live, which would be copyright struck on YouTube, I could just mute it and play a wacky video or something. I've been thinking about maybe I should utilize my time better, I still have the sentence used to make all new people say it to get on panel. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, Davros. Man, we sure tore it up with some crazy stuff. Hazel says, I lost my umph, my motivation to want to be a YouTuber anymore. I'm more of a supporter now. Yeah, Hazel, you know what? That's where I'm at. My umph. But I started working a regular job. That's changed me a little too, Hazel, because I work like 5 days a week, and it's like a regular job. I mean, I set my own schedule and everything, but that takes some energy out of me. And I stay up too late watching the news, and I've got my dog now that, takes my time. It actually does take time to have a dog, high energy dog. You know you are directly responsible for Davros. Oh my goodness. Dave, you're sitting on so much good you can spread to the world. You need to shine your light and keep inspiring. Yeah, well, Marika, I tried a couple prayer streams lately over in D Live. Um, Even those I haven't found my way on yet because I don't really know what I want to talk about even on those. Played some Christian music, we read some Bible verses together. Um, Being a YouTuber is like a full-time job. It's time consuming and takes dedication. Yeah, Hazel, that's you know me. You remember how I was streaming like two, three, four times a day, plus making videos and all that. And if you don't accelerate from a career standpoint, I mean, it got to the point. That's why I went back to work. Because you really have to grow, and you got to count on the donations and all that stuff, and make yourself a vision board and map out what you want to do and achieve. Hmm. Well, ultimately, Marika, I guess I really want to share Jesus with people because I think the times we're living in right now are very scary. I think they're of biblical proportions. And that's what I really want to do. But I don't know. Sheba B says, I'm so sorry that I voted for President Biden. He's such a disappointment. A lot, Sheba B, a lot of people are, so don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Actually, I was just making a joke earlier. I was going to do a fake commercial. Like, are you suffering from voter remorse with Joe Biden? Here at the Green Bay Wacky, company, or something, we've developed, and I was going to grab, here's what I was going to do. I was going to, oh, I thought it was over in the corner. I don't want to dig it out, but I was going to have like a rubber. Oh, that freaked me out. Holy crap, that freaked me out. Don't just, my replay, there was a shadow, but that was the replay, and this is the phone. I'm like, you get that little adrenaline jump. But anyway, I was going to have a rubber hammer, like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? And, comes with an instruction book. What was I thinking? It's like, did I really do that? Have like a little list of, No, that was my own fault, Davros. I looked at because I've got my Green Bay Wacky playing on the computer while I'm streaming on the phone so I can watch the chat bigger. It was just a little, I was out of sorts there for a minute. No hangers. But just me, Marie. Well, do it. But do it your way. Make people excited to watch like you always do. Well, I've watched some other preachers and I don't know what you want. I don't know what to do that would make people want to watch that kind of a stream. I'm not the phony preacher guy like friends, sow a seed right now. I'm just looking for 1,000 people. $937.36. Oh. You can put all that time into your job and family and feel more productive, but having YouTube as a hobby is a good balance so you can have time away from the real world sometime. My YouTube friends. Joel Olstein. Oh my goodness. Don't get me started on Joel. Don't get me started on Joel. Don't get me started on Joel. I'll probably get banned from YouTube for hate speech. No, just kidding. Find real life situations to work off and inspire. Make it relatable. Well, yeah. I was talking to my wife about that, Marika. Like tonight, actually, we went out for a nice Valentine's dinner. Went to a Mexican restaurant. I was telling her I'd like to figure out what to do. Well, Gemma, you just, the thing about Joel, just real quick, since it came up in the chat, he just tells you what you want to hear. He doesn't take the word of God and tell you what God wants you to hear. He tells you what Joel Osteen wants you to hear. Happy, wealthy, and wise, and everyone's happy and just be, oh, la da da da, you know? I don't want to be like Joel Osteen. I want to give people some truth, you know? I have to admit, though, I have been reading again a little bit. Now, I haven't read a ton. I actually made a video. I don't know if I'm going to upload it or not. Me and my wife went through a couple chapters in Revelation, and we discussed what we were reading. Now, she's on audio, I'm on audio, so you actually can hear Mrs. Wacky for about 25 minutes. But then I said to her, after I listened, it's okay and everything. I've got it in my computer. I was thinking about making some YouTube videos about some Bible readings and like regular couple discussing as we're reading the Bible. But I thought maybe we should read what we were going to tape first so the discussion was a little tighter. That's all. I don't know if that makes sense. You have a calling in the comedy inspiring way, I think, is what sets you aside the comedy inspirational side. Oh, interesting. Man, you're giving me some good. He denied all those flood victims while trying to decide whether to take the Ferrari or the Porsche to dinner. Well, you know, Davros, it's funny. I was talking about that on my stream over on DLive earlier. It came up about a lot of the megachurch pastors living large. It's not a sin to have money. I was talking about that with someone in the stream earlier on the other place. It's just, they just love mansions and jets and all that stuff. And I know they're doing the work of the Lord, some of them. It just seems like they should tone it down a little bit. There's nothing wrong with having money. There's nothing wrong with having a house. There's nothing wrong with having some cars and things like that. But my goodness, it's excessive, you know? Well, I've always felt led to preach J-Rail slots. I always have. And Gemma, wait, I missed Gemma's opinion here. Hold on. Well, he might be a false prophet, Gemma. I'm not against you on that. Believe me, he might be. He actually might be, literally. It's not the teaching of the Bible. The Bible teaching. See, if you get into, that's the problem. Like Mareka, you know, with the comedy end to like trying to bring Jesus to people. Jesus isn't real popular with the masses. Jesus isn't real popular because Jesus doesn't necessarily want you to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. Jesus himself said the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. Jesus was walking around without even a house to live in. So I need to thank you for doing the thing you did for Donna. Yeah. You know, that was sad. I cried when I found out about Donna. I know it's been a while. That was shocking. But it really brought up, too, we made up. I mean, we had some issues for a while. She used to be on my prayer streams. And thank God, I mean, that we made up and got along there in the end, and everything was all water under the bridge. But, you know, time is so short. Time is so short. You think you have all this time in the world. And the one thing I always thought of when Donna passed away was those years that we wasted arguing and fighting. What a waste. Not knowing that we only actually had a couple years left, you know? If you do more Bible streams out of 10, maybe I should do them on YouTube. I don't know. I like doing them on DLive because you can play the Christian music and stuff. Thank you for all the kind words, Mareka, by the way. You are a beautiful soul, too. If you guys don't know Mareka, she's always been super kind. She's a mom, and she's always been kind to the wacky. I'll send her pictures at like 4 a.m. of Ozzy, you know, stuff like that. Hey, here's something to maybe put a smile on your face. Mareka says, you can preach the truth, but get people excited about it at the same time. What I'm saying, make it interesting enough for people to stay. I'm not making fun. Keep it relatable. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. YouTube channel Creators Alliance died last year. Wacky, did you hear about the YouTube channel Creators Alliance. Wasn't that the Gambler? I think that was the Gambler or something, or maybe that's a different one. Ozzy always makes me smile. Yeah, he would have made you smile tonight when he took a big dump in my kitchen and I had to clean it up, Marika. I think it was the Mexican food I gave him, but I like Greg Laurie on YouTube, by the way. He's a pastor. Greg Laurie, I could see myself being like Greg Laurie if any of you ever watched him. He kind of blends that kind of lightheartedness with the truth, you know? Gambling, yeah, I know. I heard about that. Man, kind of like I was just reading what Hazel was saying earlier and Mareka. You know, I know this might sound kind of funny, but I feel not so alone. Like a lot of you that I guess I would say grown up with in the social media journey are experiencing some of the stuff that I'm experiencing where you don't know which direction to go, you're out of ideas, you're uninspired. I'm talking about like for live streaming or making videos, or that's where I'm kind of at. Like I don't know how to climb my way back, you know? Dude, Mexican food, you're lucky you didn't put it on the couch. I only gave him so much. Oh man. He's lying down in the living room right now. He was out here with me earlier, but he was jumping on me and he was hyper and I can't, and he's kind of I'm like, no, no. So I don't know. Maybe we'll just have to keep inspiring. I mean, Mareka, I gotta admit, when when you do little, dance streams and stuff, whether it's by yourself or with Megan, I mean, your smile lights up a room. I've always said that, I mean, you're good at that. Just Me Mareka says, I woke up yesterday feeling I needed to tell you this, but brushed it off and felt silly. I guess it's a message I had to tell you. Huh, that's interesting. Wow. And here I am streaming, and here you are, and here's the thought being delivered. Well, I'm in this mode right now, Mareka, where when you look around the world right now, what's happened in the past 2 years, I really feel like the timeline's accelerated, for New World Order, whatever you want to call it. And so now is the time for salvation. But some people, you start talking about, I don't know, God, and they get all scared off, I'd have to build a new audience or something like that. Maybe I should do it on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know if you caught it, Mareka, but even Davros was saying this. Me personally, I still love D-Live. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love to play music and the freedom, do whatever you want. But when I look, all the people that came over from here, from YouTube, all the people we kind of grew up with, so to speak, the numbers seem really down. Like I kind of feel like it's dying off over there. I mean, I'm not saying some people don't. I mean, man, I've been watching Marfugal over there lately. He'd have like 2, 3, 4,000 people in his chat. He's got like 398 people. And I love Adam. Over there, I'm not saying on YouTube. I haven't looked at his YouTube numbers. But I've been watching that lately, and I'm holy crap, if Marfugal can only get like 398 people, what can I expect? Let's see what Mareka's saying. When you're passionate about something, you have to do it because there are people that need it. No, it's only dying because we allow it. We give up on things that go slow. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems kind of, I don't know. I think we need to just push on and do our best. Well, yeah, but it's making me rethink where I want to stream, is kind of what I'm saying, Mareka. Like, be over there for sure. Like Davros said, if you want to play music and do that, go over there. Come over here. Been dropping like a rock since they took the chest away. Yeah, they don't have the chest. Well, you got to remember, too, Man, when we first went over there, I don't know, you remember Davros? Remember how it was 7%? 6 or 7% they were taking of our earnings, and they were paying us lemons to stream. Now it's like 25%. So that was a big hit too, you know. Yeah, if I don't play any music, Marika, I could restream too. I could do YouTube and D Live at the same time. If I'm not going to do anything that's copyrighted, ah, 25%. That was a big hit. That was a big hit. Yep. Remember, they don't get an income from ad revenue. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, Shane. They have to make it up somehow. Yeah, I know. I'm not. Hey, I'm not. I'm not complaining about the other place. I love that other. I always speak favorably. I don't want to go back to D Live and find my channels gone. I got to turn my space heater on. Take my phone charger out. I'm up to like 70% or something. Is that one single? I think I'm just kind of in that rut, like you were saying, Marika, where I need to buckle down on something and go that way, you know? Oh, I know. I'm with you, Marika. I'm with you. I do. No, this is great that you're talking, Marika. This is awesome. You know, I was saying this earlier. The one thing, whenever I come to YouTube, this is just me. I do feel we have sometimes better discussions because we don't have the music going. We don't, there's nothing, we're just talking. And sometimes I think on YouTube when I live stream over here, Lulu says that too. There's better conversations. I think that's true, actually. You think you're trying to convince you too? Oh, yeah, Davros with the lemons. Well, I know everyone's doing different things. Like Megan, for example, she's over there now doing her dancing through 2022. She doesn't do any panels anymore. It's just her and the dancing and the music. And, it's kind of her thing right now. Cab's just doing kind of his thing with the music. And, well, another thing too, but this is because I work now, Marika. I don't stream at the best when you can get a big, the early afternoon, the early evening, the prime time. I haven't really been streaming over there at the best times. 5 in the morning is not always the best. A lot of people are sleeping. I really didn't give the other platform a chance. I don't like the other platform's a great place, JRail slots. The freedom over there. Plus, I can talk about whatever I want to talk about without getting censored. I mean, I could say a few things right now on YouTube and get like my live stream shut down. That's kind of sad, you know. Prime time for me is like midnight here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because I'm working usually at like 4 in the afternoon till 10 or 11, sometimes midnight. So if I want to go live like I did tonight, well, like right now it's 4 in the morning. And I don't really want to necessarily miss out on work to live stream, because at least if I go to work, it's guaranteed income. Man, I need to think about what Marika's saying. How do I make Jesus fun while I'm preaching to people about Jesus, I'm really glad you said that, Marika, because I've been thinking about that. I mean, what would make a person want to stay, in a stream like that? I don't have that balance. I mean, I know you could do Bible games and you could do, I don't know what would, I don't know. Plus, it's scary, doing God streams is always kind of, a lot of people, they've got their own ideas about God and it's not really based in the Bible. So you can offend people. I mean, I've had people where I say Jesus is the only way and they get in this big debate. There's other ways. Well, I didn't say it. That's what the Bible says. Plus, I kind of feel bad. I have a few smokes. I feel guilty about smoking on stream, but that's me for the moment. So what do you want to do, Mareka? You say you're all right. I know you know enough talking about the wacky with maybe getting back to prayer streams and Bible streams. And what does Mareka want to do? What kind of streams? What I've noticed, real life stories and testimonies are awesome too. Even when you don't believe, who doesn't like hearing about a miracle like the unexplained miracle? Oh, Mareka, I have no idea. Well, the thing about that, part of the problem is you can invite people up to tell a story but here's the problem, okay? Here's just me. This is just my problem. There's a lot, I'm just going to say it. I mean, there's only 12 people in here. I can't get in too much trouble. If you're doing a stream where you have like me, for example, I'm a born again Christian. I believe you have to be born again, just like the Bible says. You must be born again to see the kingdom of God. All right. So, I believe the Bible to be true. And so what I found sometimes, I've noticed this in the past, is you have people that come up to give a testimony about a miracle for God, but they have a different belief on God. So it's kind of like, okay, so I'm trying to tell you to come to Jesus. This is what the Bible says. And you have someone up that's giving you this story, but they have a different belief on how God works. Everyone's in heaven. It's all fine. Every prayer's answered. So it's not biblical in basis. So how do you do that? It's like, what do you questionnaire them first? How do you get saved? Okay, hold on, let me get my note. I've got 8 questions for you. Oh, failed. Nope, you don't get to come up. You don't know you anymore? Well, no, just on what you want to do on social media, it sounds like, Mareka. Like a story of you don't know how you survived and must have been someone looking out for you type of thing. James, Mr. Dutchy Dutch, hey, how you doing, brother? But you see what I'm saying, Mareka, about exhaust the whole point of going today live was that you made more over there than you did with YouTube. Wait. Exhaust the whole point of going D live was that you made more over there than you did. Well, that was that was originally what it was, Sheba. Because originally I was trying to live stream and make videos and all that for a career. So that's true. Okay, I did go. YouTube just dropped off donation-wise. And that's true, actually. That's kind of why I went there originally. And originally, because now I'm into my 3rd year over there, that was the case for about the first 6 or 7 months. Oh, I can talk. 6 or 7 months over there. But then it really dropped off over there as well. So if you're actually looking a comparison with donation wise, it's really not that much different now, with D Live or YouTube actually. Um, and I get it. Everyone's broke. Everyone's lives have been shattered over the past couple of years. That's why I went back to work in a normal job. Like Hazel was saying earlier, I don't know if she's still lurking out there, but I feel a lot more productive when I can every week my wife gets a check to pay bills. I actually towards the end there, YouTube and D Live even, I was actually starting to feel kind of like a loser, actually, believe it or not. My wife was working and kind of keeping us afloat, and I was trying to recapture the past with live streaming, and I started feeling very almost depressed. And I remember the thing that changed for me and my daughter, she was this is my younger daughter. We went out around midnight for a boat ride, and we were just cruising the river. And she just said it. She just goes, "Dad, you got to go back to work." And we're out on this boat ride, just me and her under the moonlight. This was almost 2 years ago now. I guess August would be 2 years. And she just said it. She goes, "Look, mom's working. Your live streaming is going downhill. It's not working. You got to go back to work." And she just point blanked me. And I was thinking about it too. I was like, the lockdowns are what killed donations. Yeah, killed everyone, Davros. And now look at inflation. I mean, I got to admit, even I lately am not donating as much to people. I've always donated and I still donate. Most of my lemons I get on D Live go back out. But right now, like in deliveries, our gas is $3.44 a gallon, and me and my wife go through a lot of gas. A year ago, it was like $1.89 a gallon. I mean, it's literally like doubled. So every month, you don't notice it as much when you just drive to work and back. You do notice it a little. But when you're filling your tank like every night, two cars, two sets of deliveries going on, it's probably, we've calculated out $500 to $600 minimum extra in gasoline, just gas in our household. So that's like a half a week or a whole week of work if it's a slow week extra. That doesn't include the food that's gone up. I mean, and we've noticed like our gas bill's gone up. Like natural gas has gone up like $40 a month. Everything. I mean, so when you add it all up now we got to make an extra $800 a month from what we did a year ago. Same over here, Dave. I hear that. Dutchy Dutch says. And 6 a.m. It's 4:10 a.m. over here, James. By the way. Same over here, Dave. I hear that. Yeah, yeah, you guys had it pretty bad over there. Supposedly it's loosening up a little for you over there, right? Dutchy Dutch. Yeah, the world's just changing so fast. So back to Marika. We got to get Marika some. I remember when I used to always call her Marika and then rake, like you rake the ground. That's how I finally remembered her name. And my cigarette. There we go. It's not a joint. We got to get Marika inspired. I think she needs more inspiration than me. She says she's. The one thing I do know, Marika, the one thing I do know, this is some advice. I can give some advice, even though I'm still trying to find my way. We all have to work even harder. Yeah, it's part of the plan, Dutchy Dutch. I do know this, though, Marika. I can vouch for this. Even if you're trying to figure out what you want to do, if you can get yourself in front of the camera and just hit start streaming, at least you can get yourself live and kind of figure it out. Like tonight, like YouTube here. I just randomly I'm just going to hit start streaming on the phone, and here we are having a great conversation. Same with D Live, even if you're just playing music over there or something, if you got time and the kids are sleeping, or You just got to get live, I guess is what I'm saying. And I know that from experience because I can remember I go through it even now all the time. I'm sitting in front of the computer. I'm like, I should be live. I'm just sitting here. The wife's sleeping. I got time. And I start watching the news or, whatever it is. And I start doing that. I could be live streaming. And I'm like, but I don't know what I'd talk about. And well, this is what I did, Marika. I swear. And it worked. I had a really, really bad time a few years ago where I was just like that, where I can't get myself to go live. So what I would do, and it actually worked, is I would get friends on a panel to go live with me. And it was usually Cab or Megan or Lulu, Davros, Ghost, Jojo, whoever it was. And they gave me that support I needed to be live because then I felt like, hey, 420, 420, let's go wacky. But the panel is what that went on for a month and a half. I swear to you, I could not hit start streaming and go live without them being there on my panel. So every stream was a panel live stream pretty much. J Real Slots, have a great day. Thanks for showing up. But that's something you could think about, Mareka. Just if you get some friends to go live with you, just to give you that extra little support, just a thought. I'm just throwing it out there. Hey, Joy Sumter. Hey, hold on for just a sec. I got to refill my coffee. I didn't know I'd be live this long, that we'd have this many people in the chat on YouTube. Just let me refill my coffee real quick. Yeah, I grabbed a little backup too. Oh man, I almost tripped too. I grabbed some backup coffee too. I would have come by earlier, but I had to fix my thermostat. Yeah, I've got a problem with my thermostat all winter long, actually. A live panel of 3 seems to be perfect. 420, 420. Marika, thank you for your advice and support. Yeah, I'm just saying, I went through that very thing. I still wrestle with it, Marika. I'm a little better about it. But when I was doing it, oh, it was just my green screen curtain down there. I was just telling Marika, get some friends to, but here, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Make sure that the friends you have come up are in line with what you want to do. Because I was saying earlier, we used to do panels that ended up, it was a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. We had a lot of fun. And they're still up on my YouTube channel, but they got really raunchy, and that turned out to not be the wacky. I believe me, I could get raunchier than Sam Kinison if I wanted to, but it's not me. I'm an innuendo kind of comedian, kind of where I skate around the edge of innuendo, and maybe I swear a little bit, and maybe I smoke, you know. But if it gets too raunchy, it's not me. So when I would get red on some streams, that was legit. I wasn't making that up. I really was blushing. um, it turned out it was the batteries in the Honeywell. Oh, well, my thermostat problem, 420, 420, last summer, I think it was. Was it summer? Anyway, I put a new furnace fan in. My furnace fan went out. I did it myself. The new fan, everything works fine on it, except the heat doesn't work on the auto on the fan. It only works on fan only. The air conditioning works fine on auto, but on heat, so we have to set it on the hold temp, and it'll hit 74, and then the fan will just keep running. You know, it doesn't hurt the furnace to have your fan run. That's no big deal. It just takes more electricity, that's all. Mr. Dutchy Dutch says, I can't wait for the summer so I can save some damn cash. Yeah, I hear you on that. Raunchy is fun. Well, no, what I'm saying for 2420 is wacky's not raunchy. In my heart, I'm not raunchy, but I did get raunchy. But now I don't want to be, I'm away from that, where I don't want to be too raw. I can still get a little loose in the mouth here and there. I mean, I'm not a prude. I'm just saying, you know. Here's the thing: the new blower, the new fan, it took me a while to get a replacement fan. I had to do a lot of research. The new fan has an orange wire on it. I think it has something to do with that orange wire, but I've read, not to bore everyone in the chat, but just talking to 420, 420. I also read it can have something to do with your furnace. The way because there's a built-in sort of, it's kind of a thermostat, but it's built into the furnace, and that could have something to do with it too. I just don't want to pay someone to come out. We're managing with it. We turn the heat on and the heat off and the heat on, and sometimes we let it just run at 74 degrees or something. But yeah, I think the electric bill's gone up a little bit with that, but not. I mean, I have a heated garage here. I'm heating it all winter long, so that's part of it too. So, Joy, I hope you're having a good day, by the way. We're trying to get Marika motivated to get live. We're trying to get Marika motivated. We're trying to get Marika motivated because she's getting me motivated. So I'm throwing it back to her. She's getting me motivated to get, some different ideas. I don't know if YouTube's going to censor me for that. I'm not trying to advertise them. It just happens to be the mug I have. Ozzy's still in the living room sleeping, so that's good. I'm having a pretty great day. Thanks for it. Yeah, I had a great Joy Sumter. Me and my wife had a great Valentine's day. Had a great night last night. That was great. And today we went out to dinner at a nice Mexican restaurant. That was great. And yeah, it was good. Mr. Dutchy Dutch says, talking of replacing, Dave, I kicked out all my old computers and got all new ones. So goodbye Windows 10, hello Windows 11. And it's why better on live streaming. Just remember, Bill Gates can't get viruses out of computers. How do you think you can get them out of your body? Ah, crap! That was a hot mic. Sorry about that. Okay, Windows 11, more spying, I'm sure. We'll all be at Windows 11 eventually. We'll all be wired into Bill Gates. Facts with fun is a winning combo. You just have to talk about relevant topics. Facts with fun is a winning combo. Yeah. Yeah, I always wanted a game show too, but those are we did that once. We messed around with that, me and Ghost and Cab, and I think Davros was even there. Maybe even JoJo, and I can't remember. We were trying the Hollywood Squares and we were trying Liar's Den and stuff, you know. Yeah, well, that's thing for 2420. Why I like to be at the other place. You can have more honest discussions and talks. You can get censored on YouTube for, anything against the narrative. So, wow, this is great. Thanks everyone for being here. You really got me kind of pumped up for being on YouTube again. Davros, it was fun. It actually was. But now here's the problem. And I even remember this with Ghost when he'd do shows with, I remember when him and Lou Rock would do shows. And anyway, whenever you do a show that requires other people to be there, that can be a problem because, here, I'm going to turn my space heater on here for my feet. Thanks, Dutchy Dutch. Exploring Ginger's still out there. But when you have, if it's going to be a game show or something like that where it requires certain people to be there, you almost got to schedule it. And then it's like, oh, I can't be there. Something came up. So it's kind of like, it's like, how can you do a game show? I remember when the C word used to be see you next Tuesday. Oh my goodness. Wow. 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 It's almost like you'd have to have a game show where you're the only person that needs to be there. I don't know. I watched, I know Marika said she'll be right back, but talking about back to the Bible thing, doing Bible streams and, Jesus streams, that kind of thing. It does get to be a pain. Yeah, it does, Davros. When you're counting on someone else to show up, Phil Dogs, g'day, mate. 9:30 p.m. here in Australia. I'm sure you're about ready for your curfew, right, Phil Dogs? Sorry. He's in Australia, so I'm sure there's a curfew. But anyway, back to the Bible thing. I was watching video with Ray Comfort the other day. You've probably never heard of him. Maybe you have. He's from New Zealand and he does Way of the Master with Kirk Cameron. And he was doing street ministry preaching, and he was doing these Bible trivia things before he'd start his message. And he was just asking the audience, certain Bible questions. And he was giving them dollar bills for answering them correctly. He got them kind of engaged like that. Australian truckers don't have a curfew. Yeah, just a vaccine mandate, I'm sure. I don't know, Davros, maybe we could let's spin that wheel and you'll get a shout out or a blessing. Sorry. I couldn't resist. I just couldn't resist. Oh. Dudsy Dud says 10:25 a.m. here. Time to feed my fat face. Oh, I'm going to roll up a couple more cigarettes here. 4:26 in the morning, man. Always a pleasure to see you, James. I do think you have the coolest hair. I hope your hair is still cool. I mean, you didn't get old on me, right? And get some kind of boring hairstyle. Phil Dogs, dude! Stranger, how have you been? He came in my stream the other night because when I was live on DLive, I just randomly fired up an Instagram stream. And he came over to it, actually. So we saw Phil Dogs the other day, actually, which was cool. I've been good. Sexiest to call them mandates, call them genderless and volunteers saved. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what to make of that. Nope, same great hair, just getting older. I'm getting older. It's my Green Bay Wacky song. But I can still run. Not wearing polyester. I need a refresher on my own song. But fired up, Ginger. Oh my goodness. The good old days of 420. Davros says, I do use a random wheel spinner to pick games. You could use one to pick topics or shout outs, lol. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Part of it's, you got to balance how much time you would want to put into it because depends on where you live, Phil Dogs. In Wisconsin here, everything's peachy keen. Everything's fine. Everything's absolutely fine. No problems here in Wisconsin. It depends on what state you live in and what kind of a crazy tyrannical governor you got. Wisconsin's totally normal. Minnesota's pretty normal. But I got to admit, they started some nonsense in Minneapolis, St. Paul, but that doesn't really affect me. It's just that I grew up in Minnesota and it saddens my heart. But yeah, 420. Remember, the Wacky was 420 for 20 years. Still in my heart. I gave it up for my wife. Make parodies for Jesus. I think you'd be really good at that. Well, they all take time. You got to balance out the time. I don't know. I just need to buckle down. See, a lot of times when I've done, I don't know, like Mareka, like I've done some of these prayer streams or, talk about the Bible or whatnot, and I've done it over on DLive. I don't know that I've really had conversations. I don't know if I've made any difference for anyone out there, where I'd like more people to come that could hear the message, the good news that maybe could change their life a little bit, Get it in gear. I'm going to hit the sack for a little while, so I'll catch you next time you go live, Green Bay. So good night, Green Bay. Good night, all. Catch you guys next time he goes live. Hey, thanks for being here, Sheba B. Thank you. Yeah, but 420, Trudeau has a 16% approval rating among Canadians, too. That might be true, but if he can get away with becoming a dictator there, they're going to have trouble. They're going to have trouble. And that's basically what's happening right now over there with the truckers. Basically, Trudeau is like, I'm the king. I'm the dictator. I tell you what to do. And if you don't do it, then I ruin your life. It's kind of a struggle over there. Yes, you do for a lot of people. There can be one person in the stream. That person can carry a message of 20. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true, actually. Mareka. Just remember with those truckers, too. Well, the funny thing is 420, because I support what they're doing completely. I saw Rand Paul do a video. He said, do it in the States, do it everywhere, civil disobedience. Nothing violent, just exercise your rights, of course. But if you think about what they're trying to stand up for, they're not saying we don't want to pay taxes. They're not saying we don't want to pay fees to put tabs on our license plates to drive on the roads. They're not saying, that, things like that. They're just saying get rid of your mandates and let us live our lives as free people again. They're not saying they want to get rid of the government. They're not. Their demands are reasonable. They're reasonable. They're not unreasonable. Forget about the numbers for now and do what you're called for. You have a voice that echoes. Huh. You're giving me ideas, Mareka. I'm going to give you that. You're giving me ideas. You're giving me ideas. You're giving me ideas. Well, some of the liberals are turning that have a voice for 2420. Have you listened to Bill Maher lately? Holy crap. He's totally liberal. He's got a voice with his show. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, 420, 420. See, none of us are united anymore. We've gone astray. We're not united on the right issues. We're not united on the right issues. I mean, we can't unite on, freedom. We can't unite on God-given rights. We can't agree to disagree on certain issues. I mean, Jeepers, Kristi Noem she's getting all this backlash because she made a law in South Dakota, the governor. She's South Dakota, right? Not North Dakota. Yeah, South Dakota. She made a law that biological men can't compete in women's sports, which I think is fair. And I'm not against, you know, what I'm saying is she's getting a lot of heat about that. People should be able to. That's not that crazy. I mean, if you really think about it, because my wife used to play basketball in college and in high school. A lot of women have lost scholarships to that, and they are at a disadvantage, physically speaking, just biologically speaking. You got a new. Oh yeah, Dutchy Dutch. Here's my dog. Um, Here, I'll show you my dog real quick. Here's Ozzy chasing his tail. Oh, there he goes. Wait, where is it? That's my husky. That's him taking a cute little nap there. That's Ozzy. And let's see if I have a face shot of Ozzy. I'm sure I do. There's my buddy. There's Ozzy. Give me a kiss. Good morning. Zonked out for the count. So, yeah, I got one too. Have I heard about Joe Rogan? That's old news, Phil Dogs. That's old news. But yes, they're not going to stop him. They're not going to stop him. They can't stop him. He's got 11 million followers. 11 million people listen to him when he talks. CNN, they say, only gets about 7 or 800,000 people on their broadcasts. Joe Rogan gets 11 million. He's almost 12 times the viewership of CNN. The guy is a powerhouse. He can do whatever he wants. He can go wherever he wants. You know, that's why, to be honest, that's why I love this name. Love him or hate him, that's why I love this. I'm just having some coffee here. You didn't see this name. We are in an information war. That's what's going on right now. If people had more information that was credible, they could make better decisions. I mean, we really are in an information war. Perspective, Howard Stern only gets 2 million. Howard Stern is a nutcase. What Howard Stern said against unvaccinated people, I don't know what happened to him. He used to be the guy crazy off the wall, do stuff that was just off the charts insanity, crazy, against the grain. He's changed. He's sold out. Yes, but he's he's been 420. He's been brutalized, brutalized in the by mainstream media. After Artie left, oh Art, yeah, I don't remember his crew that was with him, but I don't know. Howard Stern, I have no, no. I mean, he said that the unvaccinated people should go to be turned away from hospitals and go home and die. I mean, really? He said that. He said that. Just let them die. So, whatever, Howard. I love all these people that have like $700 million in the bank, or 800 million or a billion, how they say these things like I'm supposed to listen to them. But yeah, that's a different story. Oh, oh, James, Dutchy Dutch. I didn't ask you, what kind of dog do you have before you leave? What kind of dog did you get? Exactly 420. You just nailed it on the head. You stay at home. You stay at home. I love it. I love it. What kind of dog did James get? Dutchy Dutch. What breed? What kind? I want to see if James is still out there. I want to hear what kind of dog he got. I forgot to ask that like an idiot. Howard Stern lives in the same neighborhood as Trump. Okay. Well, just remember this for 2420. When they go, and when I go, and when you go, when we all go, we're leaving this world without a U-Haul. There's no U-Haul coming with us. It doesn't matter how big your houses are. It doesn't matter how much money's in the bank. I figure it's 100 years or less on this planet. 100 years being best scenario, best case. So I'm 54. I'm going to be 55 in March. I'm going to make the senior menu at Denny's finally, by the way. I was all excited. My wife said, don't get too excited. I said, why not? She goes, they're smaller portions. What? I was like, don't tell me that. I've waited 55 years to make the senior menu at Denny's. 55 years I've waited. Don't tell me you're going to rip me off of smaller portions. You haul your soul in sins to be judged. A bull terrier. Okay, now let me look that up on the internet. Let me see what kind of dog James has. A bull terrier. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it's one of those dogs? One of those? Oh, that is so cute. Oh, wow. It's on my phone, so I can't. Well, wait a minute here. I'll just go low tech. Kind of like this, James. Sort of like these dogs. That's a bull terrier. Kind of that style. Oh, James, everyone knows this. Same here. My dog, I love him to death. Because see, the way my dog story started out, we haven't had a dog for about 20 years. And then it started a couple years ago when my daughter got a German Shepherd and he'd come over and visit. And I was kind of warming up to the idea. I kind of miss having a dog. Now, we had allergies in the house, my one kid, but he moved out and he's married now. So my other kid, Jaden, the 17-year-old, was like, I want to get a dog. And he was going through a hard time in life. And we're like, hey, that might help him. My wife actually got open to the idea of getting another dog. Well, he picks a husky. And I was thinking a lab or something like that, or maybe a shepherd, But he wanted a husky. And we didn't know they're high energy, they can be aggressive. And so we got the husky. Him and Haley drove like 5 hours we got a purebred Siberian husky. And I think for about 3 weeks, he sort of took care of him. And after that, it was on me and my wife, mainly me. So now here we are a year and a half later. I think he's more my dog than that's just the way it worked out. Well, 420, 420. Here's what I'm looking at. You're going to laugh at this. Hey, Caleb. Good to see you. Caleb's in the house. Caleb Templeman Vlogs and Tech. Um, I've been looking at four-wheel mobility scooters. Now, don't get me wrong, I can walk and jump around fine. But when you start going out in the neighborhood for a mile or two or three walks, okay, it's good exercise to a degree, but that's a big commitment. So I told my wife, if I just had one of those mobility scooters, I could kick back and walk Ozzy because they'll go up to 16 miles. I could give him longer, better walks in the neighborhood. So I've been looking at those lately, actually. No, I can do it 420, 420. I don't get out of breath or anything like that. My leg does get a little sore if I go for a long walk for a couple miles in the neighborhood. But I thought I could do it more regularly if I could just kick back and chill out. I could live stream while I'm walking Ozzy. I could live stream on like a scooter like that. I'd be like, "Hey, what's up, bro? I'm out walking the dog," because I feel like if I take him around the block, it's about a 20, 30-minute walk to go all the way around the block and come back. But, my leg is kind of bothers me a little bit. Just a little bit. It's not terrible. It's probably more my shoes. I don't wear soft enough arch kind of shoes. Oh, you have a degenerative disc disease. Okay. Yeah, so I don't need the mobility scooter like I'm not mobile. So don't get me wrong. I'm very mobile and very active. But I thought I could get some better walks to Ozzy if I had one of those. And I got to admit, we have a dog park in town. It's a great park. Ozzy gets along great with all the dogs there. I don't know if I'm lazy or I hate going to the dog park. I hate it because you got to go there and let him run around for an hour or more. So you got to watch him. And as soon as you see him take a dump, you got to go over and grab the dump and go put it in the garbage. And you have to sort of walk around the dog park. You got to keep an eye on your dog. You can't just sit down on a lounge chair, because little skirmishes happen with different dogs and things like that. So I don't like going to the dog park. I hate it. So I don't like going to the dog park and these long walks. So I kind of thought the answer might be one of those four-wheel mobility scooters that'll go like 16 miles. Because I could take him easily then for a 4 or 5 mile walk. I could just chill out, man. I get plenty of exercise throughout the day, working on cars, doing deliveries. I mean, I get plenty of exercise. Brenda Hall and Michelle K. Holy crap. Good morning. It's kind of a random YouTube stream, We're talking about dogs and mobility scooters and, Dutchy Dutch. Do you get out and walk your bull terrier a lot? Dutchy Dutch, do you go for long walks or do you got a dog park or? Well, okay, I was thinking of that 420, 420, a four-wheeler. I used to be into three-wheelers. I thought about a four-wheeler, but it's a gas-powered machine, and I feel like that might be a little awkward trying to walk your dog. I thought an electric mobility, and number two, a lot of times I like to go out late at night with Ozzy, like when it's late, like midnight or 1 a.m. or something. And no matter how quiet of a four-wheeler you get, you're not going to drive an ATV around the neighborhood at midnight or 1 a.m. It's just not going to happen. Now, whereas one of those scooters, those electric ones, they're going to be whisper quiet, One man and Gamer Pharaoh. Holy crap. Look at all these great people. A trailer and a truck and a dog and a wacky. Well, you still got to, be careful because you don't want your dog to get run over or anything. Brenda Hall's been busy concentrating on health issues. Hmm. See, every time I come over here to YouTube, there's so many great people that I don't see at the other place. I'm so glad I came over here tonight. Thanks for hanging out. And I gotta admit, I think it's much better conversation over on YouTube. Gamer Pharaoh says, saw you live, came over. So one man, I hope you're having a good morning. Brenda, I hope you're having a good morning. Marika's in the house. Michelle K. Thumbs up, everyone, with love for greenbaywacky. Hit the support button. Hit that and please share this out. Thanks so much. Like all you guys, my dogs are my best friends. I spend so much time with Ozzy. I mean, I do. We hang out all the time. All the time. You want to know something I'm going through lately? I've talked about this on my other stream. Now, don't laugh, but I'm dead serious. There's no joke here. Dead serious. I know normally I'm pretty comedic. I'm worried. I believe in the rapture, okay? And I believe we're living in the end times, okay? And I believe the rapture is imminent. Just me. I don't believe our pets are going to go with us in the rapture. I believe they're still going to be here on Earth. I know the whole all dogs go to heaven and all that stuff, but I don't know of any Bible verses to really back that up. I'm not saying there aren't animals in the millennium or, Jesus rides on a white horse, but it doesn't mean our pets, our individual pets, are coming with us. I'm worried about Ozzy being left behind, so I don't keep him in his kennel anymore. He's always out in the house. When I go to work, he's in the house. I'm worried about him getting trapped and what'll happen to him. And I've cried a few nights because I thought about, call me crazy, but I've envisioned being in the living room and the rapture comes. Me and my wife, family leaves, and here's Ozzy sitting in the house like, where'd they go, bro? Where are they? Like waiting for us to come back, and we're like gone forever, Maverick, hey, good morning. So I've actually been praying. I literally been praying to Jesus, like, take care of my dog. Now, I read online different viewpoints about what might happen to our pets. And they said, some of the perspective was, hey, don't worry about your pet if your pet gets left behind, because there's going to be people during the tribulation time, and this is sad, that love animals more than they love God. So don't worry, your animal will probably find a new owner and someone will take care of them, But still, it's something I think about. It's been a long time since I've seen the greenbaywacky and also believe in the rapture. Michelle K. Bob says human souls go to heaven after the coming of the Antichrist. Well, I believe the rapture. I'm a pre-trib rapture believer, 420. Actually, I believe right now that's the restraining force why the New World Order and Satan can't quite get the whole thing going with COVID and all that stuff. They can't quite do it. There's a restraining force here. The rapture happens and millions of Christians leave the earth. Bam. Matter of fact, Jan Markell, if you ever watch her, if you don't, write that down. Jan Markell, Olive Tree Ministries. They believe, and this could be, the whole Great Reset, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Now, who knows what YouTube allows nowadays. But anyway, she believes that might be the tribulation period. The whole global reset is going to happen during the tribulation period. So it's a possibility. Brenda Hall, my thing is nothing will be left behind on this 3D Earth. We'll all go together. That's just me. Hold on a sec. I got to catch up here. I really believe the Vatican. Oh, I believe that figures into it. 420. That's all I'll say. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, where I stand, Brenda Hall, is what I believe will happen is I believe there will be a rapture of the church meaning the true followers of Christ that have accepted Jesus. That'll be the rapture, not the physical church buildings, not the churches that don't, haven't been saved through Christ. I believe the rapture will happen. Then the Antichrist will come on the scene and basically take over the world, unite the world during that 7 year tribulation period, which a lot of people think will happen right after the rapture. I'm now convinced that we don't know how long that tribulation. If the rapture happens, it doesn't mean the tribulation starts. There has to be a peace treaty signed. That could be a year, 2, 3 years. Anyway, 7 year tribulation. At the end of the 7 years is when I believe Christ will finally come back completely victorious and clean house. You don't stream anymore, Game of Hey. Well, I've always said this for 2420. Whatever you believe, whatever you follow, don't follow traditions of a church and trust that for your salvation for heaven. According to the Bible, it's faith in Christ alone. Got too many haters? Well, be an online gamer uh, is not that easy necessarily, always. I've gone through that. I know about haters and all that. I'm pretty laid back too. I always embrace the trolls and all that for the most part. But it can be very stressful. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, actually. And maybe it's better just to be a supporter. I read my Bible at home, the tithe to one's heart and soul. Yeah, I just started reading again the other day. I go in these streaks, and the best way I got back into reading for 2420 was to get my Bible out. Now I'm not there yet 100%. I missed church this Sunday. I was going to go, but I stayed up all night and I just couldn't do it. I felt bad. Um, but I got my Bible out and I've just read the first 11 or 12 chapters of Revelation so far in the past week. Maybe I'll give it a shot in the future. Who knows? Yeah. Oh, Jeepers 420. You know what the hardest thing about that was, 420? People in this very community, even friends of mine, thought that me and Cab were faking it. That broke my fucking heart. It was all real. Every call, every text, everything. Not one was ever fake. That was really hard. Not to, go into the victim card here. But my goodness, I thought, I had streamed for years and years, and I thought the people that followed me knew what I was going through, what Cab was going through was real. Everything. Nothing was ever fake. I mean, my goodness, sometimes we'd play the calls on the streams. I don't want to relive that. I mean, thank goodness that we've made our peace with whoever those people are. But yeah, oh my goodness. Oh yeah, gamer, I went through that terribly. Can't see how they did because you guys went. Yeah, Mareka, that just that time was so bad. It was horrible. I'm thankful that whoever that was found some peace, or I hope they found some peace and decided to back off, and for whatever reason that hasn't been a problem anymore. What does Vom Red mean? I don't know what that means. Ikai Akeb? I don't know what Vom Red means. I don't know. Oh my goodness gracious. What a time. But yeah, so that's where I stand. I believe there's going to be a pre-tribulation rapture, and then I believe there'll be a 7 year tribulation. The Antichrist will rise. He'll have a peace treaty. 3.5 years, he'll break it. That's when the market. See, that's why too. People are this whole talk about the vaccine being the mark of the beast. I don't think that's possible because the Bible says that'll happen during the Great Tribulation when the Antichrist is present. I believe it could be the lead in. I think right now we're in the mark of the beast system, but I don't think the actual mark is here yet. I mean, not it's here, the system's here, but whether how that'll play out, I don't know. Porn site? How's that a porn site, Michelle? It messes with channels. Well, we don't know if the Antichrist is alive, right? See, even Satan doesn't know the time. So he doesn't know the time. Jesus says only the Father knows the time. Like, behold, I come in the thief in the night. Um, so even he knows his time is short. We don't know. And I don't know. I've heard all different, usually anything with VOM is a spam link. Oh, okay. I guess it's already passed through the chat, so it doesn't look like a big deal. I'm laid back. I know. I have always been that way. Michelle, okay, I found out and it ruins channels. Okay, okay. Well, they don't seem to be being too mischievous right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Humanity, well, 420, 420. Like God says, sorry, I can speak. I bit my tongue there. Here, that gets the laughter. God even says in the Bible, if my people would turn back to me, I can heal their land. I just feel like we're too far gone at this point. I mean, really. Well, I'm watching this thing in Canada play out right now, 420, 420. If they don't make it, I mean, where does it go from there? Canada's going to just become permanent dictatorship under the King Trudeau? They have to succeed at this. They have to succeed. Yeah, I'm not really doing panels right now, Gamer Pharaoh. And we're kind of, a lot of times it's just people we've known for a long time. I know we did that once. I remember everything you went through. I remember the whole story. I don't want to revisit it. I don't want to revisit it. Oh, I don't want to revisit Gamer Pharaoh. I think even some people in the chat can remember it. Dutsy Duts, it's raining over. It's cold and I got work today. Thank goodness for my car. Last day under the truckers, you are right. They absolutely have. Well, here's the thing. I think there's some ways that, how you doing? Hey, Maverick, I'm doing good. I just randomly fired up a phone stream. I could have fired my OBS up, but I was lazy. I just didn't feel like doing it. I think what might happen for 2420, okay, let's say that, they try to clear them out, threats and bulldozers and military and all that. The next phase that they could probably do is they could probably just say, we don't care. We're not gonna run our trucks for anything. We're not gonna deliver anything. We're not gonna pick up any loads. I think they've proven they can get support. That whole thing that happened with Get Set and Go and GoFundMe, with the Canadian government trying to freeze that, Get Set and Go issued a statement, said they don't have any jurisdiction to hold these funds. 420, 420, if the convoy fails, the New World Order is complete. At least in Canada. I actually kind of believe that statement, actually. Michelle K says, I just had a reconstructive surgery done on my right knee, and my left knee needs a new knee replacement. A lot of severe chronic pain suffering. Oh, that sucks. Maverick says, good morning to everyone in here in the chat and to the panel host. Liberty Bell Cichlids. Hi, everyone. Like, oh man, there's so many great people coming through the stream that I don't have the pleasure of seeing at the other place. Um, but yeah, 420, 420. I agree with what you're saying. I honestly believe that they have to succeed. And you know what? Any logical thinking person is, just step back. I saw Geraldo Rivera on the 5 on Fox the other day. I still watch some of Fox, but that's not where I go for news, really. I go to alternative sources, lots of them. But he was, bitching out the truckers. Oh, I'm like, Geraldo, man, bro, I think they have to have someone like that on their show to be like point counterpoint. And, he thought they also was agreeing they were terrorists and all this other stuff. But what are they asking for? Basic human rights, basic freedom. That's all they're asking for. They're not trying to overthrow the government. They're not trying to not pay their taxes. They're not trying to, they just want basic human rights. They don't want mandates. I mean, that's, their demands are pretty reasonable, actually. But yeah, I'm doing good, Liberty Bell. Thanks for asking. Got some great people in here. I decided to make a stand here on the tube, Dave. I ain't running from the tube. I stand and write. Yeah, I'm not really sure what. I'm sure you can talk about the Freedom Convoy, as long as you don't give medical misinformation. My goodness. Oh my goodness, I love that term nowadays. They want their Canadian constitutional rights. Well, you know what people forgot? And this is where the world needs to unite. The government doesn't give us our rights. God gives us our rights. Now, there are some things that intertwine the government. I'm not against the government. I'm not against the government. I mean, it's changed. We used to gripe about taxes or, the high cost of this, that, or the other thing, But now we're moving into a new season in humanity where the government is granting itself more and more power. And this is where it gets biblical. This is where you got to go to your Bible and start reading about the end day is what's coming and what's going to happen. The book is accurate. Trust me. It's accurate. Hey, cute kitty, how you doing? Hope you and your wife. Yes, cute kitty. I know you just got here. Me and my wife, we had a great late night Valentine's Day last night. That was great. And then today we had more Valentine's celebration. We went out to eat at a nice Mexican restaurant and had a great dinner, and it was awesome. Well, I can live with some of that stuff, 420, 420. I'm not fond of some of the things government does, but, we still have the illusion of freedom, My favorite one is how the government keeps taxing the same item over and over and how they kind of get in on ownership of stuff. Like you buy a car and they charge like $500 to transfer the title. Sounds like me, they're sort of joining me in the ownership of that car. And then I have to pay for tabs every year. But then if I sell that car, they tax the next guy. And then if that guy sells the car, they keep taxing the same item over and over and over and over, things like that. But those things are just, money related. 100 birds that have dropped down dead in Mexico. No, I haven't heard about that, cute kitty. It's just the government's gotten too out of control. And I think even the liberals are starting to come around to a degree. They're starting to realize, hey, wait a minute here. See, that's the thing. They think they're on the winning team and they'll be protected. But they're gonna go down too. I loved how Whoopi Goldberg got censored. I was like, oh my goodness, the liberals took out one of their own. Can't complain. Have a lovely day. It's been great. Stay safe. Keep the live streams coming, everyone. Dutsy Dutch, James, take care of that. Oh, hey, one last thing just before you leave. Last thing. What's your dog's name? You got a bull terrier. What's your bull terrier's name? I just want to hear the name of his dog before he checks out. We'll see if he types it in the chat there. Dutchy Dutch got a dog. I got my dog Ozzy now. Obviously, everyone knows. Who doesn't know? No, she got suspended but said she wanted to quit. But the point is, they took on one of their own. Buster. Okay, I love it. Buster. All right, give Buster a big hug from the wacky. Cancel culture? No, I don't think it's good. You know why we have cancel culture so much? Just me, my own opinion. Rockin' Robin, tweet, thank you. See, a lot of stuff that happens, people don't realize when they talk about misinformation a lot. A lot of stuff is true, actually. The truth can stand up to debates and opinions and all that. Lies can't. So there's a lot of things out there that are lies, and they just gotta censor them and cancel them because they can't debate them. They can't because you can't debate something that's not truthful. It doesn't stand. It gets shot down. So that's sort of the agenda of these people, some of these people, is just shut them down if they have a different opinion. Because they cannot support their opinion. Why has nobody debated Fauci on live TV, for example? Nobody. Kerry Mullis wanted to, the guy who made the PCR test that mysteriously died right before this whole thing started. Ted the draft dodger. Dang, son, you looking rough. How you been? I just haven't shaved for a few days. So what, man? So what? What's wrong with that, man? My hair's not that gray yet. I didn't know I looked that bad, but it's 6 in the morning. Well, 5 in the morning. I have an opinion too, just can't say what I think, laughing. Phil Dogs, I'm still here, just lurking, listening at the same time. Thanks, Michelle. I appreciate that. Michelle K said, "You're funny. Always have been, always will be in a good way." I just got to find my way back to live stream. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say it again. Come back just for a late night live stream here on YouTube instead of being D-Live with music playing and all that. The conversation for this live stream has been so much deeper and better, I think. There's more conversation in the YouTube live stream, I think. Because I have no effects, no music. It's just me, phone, and you. Me, phone, you. Hey, Just Jim. Good to see you, by the way. 6:11 a.m. I'm at 5:10 a.m., so you're an hour ahead. You just got home from work. Whoa, that sounds like third shift. Into the dog pound. I hope you get sand. Well, if that's true what he did to the dogs, that's pretty horrific. 420. But you know what? Remember this. My wife reminds me of this. A lot of the injustices and the things of some of these evil people in the world, they're not going to get away with it. They might in this world. There's going to be a day where they're going to be walking down the street or getting onto their yacht, and they're going to be like, "Oh, that hurts. Oh, it's going to be a heart attack or something like that." And they're going to go meet God. And if they're not prepared, if they're not covered with the blood of Christ, which I think a lot of these evil people are not, they're Satan worshipers and whatever, they're going to answer in front of Almighty God. So my wife kind of reminds me, just like the Bible says, leave the vengeance to God. Now, it doesn't mean that we have to sit down and take everything, that gets thrown at us. We can stand up for our rights. But she just reminds me of that. Just remember, leave the vengeance to God. They're going to meet God someday. It's inevitable. It's gonna happen. I haven't really made any new. Well, I'm on my phone too, kind of Michelle. I don't know. I haven't modded anyone for a while. I mean, I've got so many right now. There's not much to mod here anyway. I pretty much let everything slide. Oh. So Fauci to Cleveland Browns then? Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean, Rockin' Robin? What does that mean? I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. Hmm. The Bengals fought hard, but Stafford and Cooper came. Oh, are you talking sports? If you're talking sports, professional sports gone. Any shred of professional sports that I used to like to watch the Super Bowl, or I used to watch the basketball playoffs and things like that. Now I wasn't a huge watch every game, but ever since sports changed to being all political, taking a knee, all the you know what I'm getting at, it's gone. I hope they go out of business. I seriously do. I hope professional sports goes out of business. I am so tired of these rich, and they're all rich. They're rich people screaming about injustice while they go home and have $26 million in the bank. I'm just sick of it. Here's my thing. I said this before. If these people are so passionate about this inequality, then what I think is all these NFL players and NBA players and all that, let's say that they've got a contract for 20 million. I think then what should happen, because they, care about the inequality so much, they put a new rule into those professional sports that 46% of the player's salary gets taken and goes to communities to help rebuild them. So if they used to make $20 million, now they only make, 9.6 million or whatever it is. And the other 10.5 million of their salary gets put in a pool to go help communities out. I wonder if they'd be taking a knee. Eminem took a knee? Still? They're still doing that? Ted the Draft Dodger says, I watched until halftime when Eminem took a knee. Oh my goodness. They're socialists. I'm just, sports to me used to be fun. It was supposed to be relaxing and a team thing and all that. And then it got all political. And I'm just sick of it. I'm just tired of it. I don't want anything to do with professional sports. They want their money and yours. Yeah, there you go. Holy crap, 22 people in the house. That's amazing. Lots of great people coming by, having some great conversation. I appreciate everyone that's here. Interesting. Patrick Villers, hey Wacky, I'm with you, but we live in Green Bay. The Packer franchise, what made this city. Please don't rock the boat. Well, tell them to stop being so political. 42420 says, I don't think the knee was for BLM. I think it was part of the 8 Mile movie. If you look, he does it in 8 Mile. Okay. Just Jim. I met Eminem years ago, and he's a douche. They already got all my money, Brenda Hall says. Oh, well, 420. I'd like to maybe do it more often. I do like being on YouTube. I disagree with some of the censorship on YouTube, but I've said it this way too. Okay, YouTube wants to censor everybody. That's fine. But YouTube's still a good platform to talk and, videos and how-tos, and you can still have some comedy on there. It's just a platform. It's just become more vanilla, kind of neutral. You're not allowed to speak your mind. You want to know what I heard? Check this out. I've heard several people explaining this lately. And when I heard it, I was like, I never thought of that. It's very quite possible. So what they said was, they said, you don't understand why the internet is so censored right now, what's going on. And here's why. It's called a theory. They said it's a government program that was put in place with more of a longer lifespan, 20, 30 years, whatever, 40 years. And the goal was to get the reason the internet was not censored originally, you could speak your mind anywhere, even on YouTube, was to get everyone hooked on the internet. And aren't we all hooked now on the internet? And everyone's hooked on certain sites: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, right? Instagram. And they said the plan all along was to not censor so you'd get in and get hooked on it. Now the real censorship is beginning because we're all hooked on it. So the people that haven't found alternative sources, they just get the information from mainstream media or whatever the narrative of the day is. Thanks, Michelle. I appreciate that. Yeah, they control the internet. So we live in a big site. Yeah, it's like Dark City. Go watch Dark City. If you like The Matrix, have you ever seen Dark City with Kiefer Sutherland? You've got, oh man, 420, 420. Only if you got to be older to remember that. I used to live for that. That was an exciting part of the day, was to go on the internet, check your AOL, have a flag come up. You've got mail. Who emailed me? I used to love it. Now it's like all spam, you know. You got to have like 30 different email accounts for all different reasons. Oh, my goodness gracious. But yeah, when I heard it explained that way, that makes total sense. Just like what we're seeing right now in the world has been a plan that's been working out for a long time. It didn't just randomly happen. This has been slowly put in place over 50 years, 80 years, 100 years, possibly since the United States started. You've got mail. Hey, remember, hey, I will say this. Was that Patrick that mentioned the Green Bay? Let me go back. Oh, yeah, that was Patrick. Who was that? Aaron Rodgers that stood up? Aaron Rodgers was sticking up? And he got kind of, well, some grief. So he was standing up. Man, that bull terrier breed that was so cute. Oh my goodness, that was cute. Sorry, James. I don't know, just Jim. I don't know. I know this. I know this. Remember Wag the dog? Just kidding about what? Truth, social will be up and running soon. Well, it already is kind of the socialist agenda. But I would encourage people to try to take a biblical perspective on what you're seeing happening. You're not seeing a human agenda being played out. Satan and his demons are behind this. I guarantee it. You're watching humans doing the bidding of Satan and his demons. You know, they admitted that was fake and they never apologized for that. 420, 420. What's that guy's name? The doctor for CNN? He admitted that because Joe Rogan took pills for that, actual legitimate prescribed pills, but they ran with it like, oh, he's taking horse paste. He's crazy. Like he was squirting it in his mouth. You know. Hard to believe the U.S. was taken down less than 250 years. Actually, mainly taken down in 2 years. Hold on. There's also, okay. It's getting pretty close. Aaron Rodgers always has Jeopardy. Humans are pawns. Michelle, relax, girl. Will you get one someday? Read above. Kidding about what? You're fine, Michelle. I don't know. What am I reading? Yeah, Sanjay Gupta. There you go. There's the name. Yeah, he admitted that CNN lied about some other stuff too. He admitted it, that they made fake stories up. He admitted it. Oh my goodness. I'm curious to see what's going to happen now in the mainstream media with this new Durham report that's out linking. I don't know. What do you think is going to happen on that? This is crazy. CNN wouldn't even list the story on their website. They spent years knocking Trump, and now here's a federal prosecutor, or federal whatever his title is, with actual filings. Not even talking about, oh, I missed that. I'm missing a conversation here somewhere. Oh, you know what I forgot? YouTube. I got to go on live chat. I got to go on live chat. I totally forgot about that. Welcome to live chat. Well, I know that Jesus wins in the end, so no need to worry. No, but you know the Durham thing that says it's gonna, came out that that her campaign was spying on Trump, possibly even when he was president and when he was trying to become president, and now that's come out. Um, oh, thumbs up. I didn't read that comment. Sorry. Thumbs up, everyone would love. Hard for Dave. Greenbaywacky, hit the support button, hit the bell, and please share this out. Thanks so much. Sorry, Michelle. Sorry, that was kind. Sorry. I mean, it's 5 in the morning. Remember, 5:30. My brain can only absorb so much. Yeah, sorry about that. My bad. Yeah, I forget that live chat too. Just Jim. Well, I got my phone and I'm just sort of watching it on the computer over here. So I can read then I don't have to like read the little, on the. Yeah, probably 420, 420. But I'll be curious to see if CNN or any of these other. Oh man, I just watched. You know, it's. You know what I love? People forget. Do you ever watch? Is this just me? And you got to be on the right alternative news source to even see it, where they'll take a montage of what certain people said, a year ago, 2 years ago, a month ago, and what they're saying now. It's almost like people think we're so dumb that they don't think we have, videotape, clippings of what they had said. And I watched a whole montage of what CNN said about Trump, about how everything he was saying was conspiracy theory, it was fake, it was crazy, it's a joke, it's never going to happen, all this. And now this Durham thing comes out and they're like silent, not even a blip on their website. So I'm wondering if mainstream media is at some point, if this kind of keeps growing, is going to be forced to cover this. And it's going to be like, how are they going to sort of what they said prior? Are they going to just well, we might have been wrong, Yeah, I just need more coffee. The newest one. No way to up. I don't know what. I know I'm playing 420, 420. I don't know what I'm missing, Michelle. Read above. I'm kidding. What are you kidding about? I'm cold. I need a coat. Oh, it's okay. I gotcha. I don't know what's gonna fiery Ukrainian Burisma, or you have hairy legs in the tarmac meeting over paintings or crack. You know what's amazing? One of my fun. It's okay, Michelle. You're all good. I can't believe that the government seriously. This is how far we've gone. Wants to give out crack pipes to underprivileged neighborhoods for racial equality. Can you actually believe that that's the what our government currently is focused on, I think we need to give crack pipes out, crack pipe kits. That's really for racial equality. Wow. I mean, that sounds great. Let's not try to get people off crack. Let's give them new pipes. Wow. Hey, why not, give them some snorters for cocaine? Let's give needles for heroin. The Bible says in the end days, wrong will seem right. Battery power 60. Oh, yeah, I got to plug my phone in. That's right. I got it plugged in, though. I'm using the same plug over here that I'm using for my space heater on the floor. There we go. There we go. Okay. Glad I got that warning there. Charge the phone up a little bit. You got your free crack pipe, just Jim. But think about the absurdity of that. The absurdity of that. That's what our government thinks is important right now. I would rather see our government take $30 million, because that's how much supposedly, and it'll be more. That's probably a downplaying. I'd rather see 30 or 40 or 50 or 80 million, whatever they want to take. And why don't you go out and feed some families in some underprivileged areas where they can't put food on the table? How about something like that? That seems like more of a government for the people. You use your cell phone for live streaming? Well, I wasn't even going to. You know what I did, Michelle? This is how I even came about. I was doing a live stream over on D Live, and I just did for an hour or so. I just said I'm awake, and I ended it. And I started thinking about YouTube, and I had my phone here. Now, I could have used my OBS where I could have went to YouTube, got my stream key, put it in, did an OBS live stream. But I'm like, you know what? My phone works for live streaming. And it's easy because it goes right through, no work. Even though Davros gave me grief about that. And that's how I ended up on this live stream. I'm like, I'll just see if anyone's up on YouTube. And my goodness, there's 18 people up, 22 people at one point. And this is really cool, actually. Crack open that Bible, yeah. 420, I can't wait for mine. Needs 10 so I can trade them for crack. They'll barter. Patrick Villers, wacky. I don't know. You were so religious. I hope you don't have a collection plate. Oh my goodness, Patrick Villers. Here, hold on a sec, Patrick. Hold on a sec. This just happens to be my main Bible. I'm just a follower of Christ, Patrick Villers. I don't like religion. I don't like religion. But I believe I prefer the King James version. I used to do this is my main Bible. I've got lots of them. This is the King James. And this I just broke it out the other day because I go in streaks. I haven't been reading for a while. And I have all these notes to lead people to salvation. And this was actually given to me by my wife in 2001. But I'm just a follower of Jesus, is all. I'm not religious. I don't like religion, actually. Religion, a lot of it's from the devil, actually. Religion is a way to try to work your way into heaven. No collection plate here. If I want to try to lead someone to Christ, it's not so that they join a church of mine or that they give me money or it's so that they can have a better life and I'll send them on their way to eternity. But yeah, This is my main Bible now. You see it. I broke it out the other day. I shook the dust off it. It's reading in Revelation. We do need the Word of God. We do. We need the Word of God. I'm not saying you're not going to go to heaven if you don't read the Bible, but we do need to read and study His Word. We do. I love this. Look at my Prayer of Jabez case. Now it's backwards on the phone, I think. Is that backwards? Oh, no, you can see it. On my phone, it's backwards, but on the playback. Oh, that you would bless me indeed and enlarge my territory, that your hand would be with me, and that you would keep me from evil, that I may not cause pain. That was the prayer of Jabez in 1 Chronicles chapter 4, verse 10. That was a big thing for a while. I got my prayer of Jabez case. I think my wife gave me that for a present. Danny Drew. Yeah, I trust King James Version of the Bible. Good to see you. Just Jim, 420, they legalize weeds, so it wouldn't surprise me if they legalize crack next. How is the guy with gout doing? That's Cab 7. He's live right now over on D Live. That's my brother, Ted the Draft Dodger. That's an interesting name, by the way. I forgot to say that. It's good morality, even if you do not believe. I do believe and accept Jesus. Yeah, I do, 100%. And I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner saved by the grace of God. But see, this is what my dilemma was before. Because I am a believer and follower of Christ, and I'm not perfect. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's why when I used to do the overnight Insomniac theaters and we started getting really adult-like and nasty, I was getting convicted. I can't help it. I really was getting convicted because I would agree with you on that, 420. I'm suspecting that the government made more money off cannabis being illegal, and that's why it was always illegal. When I used to smoke it, it was illegal. Brenda Hall, check your messenger. Sent a music video I think you'll like. Has to do with God. What messenger? What messenger, Brenda? I can't play it on YouTube though here. See, you know the biggest problem I come across with people over the years, and I'm like done with it, is the whole debate whether we can trust the Bible. I had a debate on my prayer stream last time on D Live with someone. What about the books of the Bible that weren't included? What about this? I know what you're talking about, the Gospel of Thomas, the Apocrypha, all that stuff. And it's like, here's where I stand. I'm like, I trust the creator of the universe to give me his message, his word in the Bible, and I believe it's trustworthy. Because I know so many people that won't commit to Christ or won't commit to God because of the argument they can't trust the book, it was written by men. And if that's your argument, you're never going to have that personal relationship, is the way I look at it. I trust the Word of God. When I read that book, I trust it. Yeah, we can have a civil conversation. Yeah, on hemp paper. That's funny. Yeah, I gave up cannabis myself. Grew up Catholic. If you didn't pay your dues, they sent Vito to collect. Well, I could tell you my views about the Catholics, Patrick Villers, and I'm not ashamed. Facebook. On D-Live. Yeah, I haven't checked my Facebook forever. Oh, for like personal stuff, like videos and stuff. Okay. Danny Drew, so many chemicals in cigarettes, yet they're legal. Well, I always thought what I thought was so unfair. Alcohol was always legal. I mean, aside from like prohibition, I'm in general in society. Alcohol, no problem. No problem. You can advertise it anywhere. But marijuana was always illegal. That in itself, you know. But anyway, the reason I gave up smoking pot, I was a high functioning pot smoker. You know, my brother was the opposite. If he got baked, he was vegging on the computer, or I mean, not the computer. He didn't know how to use a computer. he would watch TV and just veg out, turn into a vegetable. I think it actually ruined his life, actually. He couldn't handle it. I'd go to work. You would never even know. Jeepers. I mean, I could be totally stoned, totally baked. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. I hit it well. But the reason I quit was because I married a good Christian woman that didn't like it, and I had kids, and so I gave it up for my wife and my kids. And I never cheated. That's a funny thing. Now, I didn't give up the cigarettes. I should. But when I put the cannabis away and stopped smoking it, that was it. It was cold turkey, and I've never looked back. But I remember all the good times I had with it, and I'm definitely not against people that do it. Um, yeah, we used to always do that 420. One night we did stoner stories on Mother Nature's channel. Now, granted, that was a few years ago. I got the video from YouTube. It's still up. Okay, cool. You could literally hear his brain fry. Oh my goodness, Patrick Villers. Wow. Well, back to the Catholic thing. I would just say this without slamming, because I only God knows people's heart. But I would say this, just where people I think miss Jesus. You can't put your faith and your trust in a religious system. You can't work your way into heaven. And many religions have a system in place. You have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And if you do all these steps, follow our lead, follow our tradition, follow our rules, follow our regulations, you'll go to heaven. But then if you pull your Bible out, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Jesus didn't say I had to do that. And my perfect example would be the thief on the cross. Thief on the cross was dying with Jesus. He was within minutes, hours, whatever time he had before he bled out and died. He didn't have time to get baptized. He didn't have time to do anything. He looks at Jesus and he says, Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom. In that moment, he believed, he was converted. And what does Jesus say? He looks at him and he says, today you'll be with me in paradise. That man was spared. He was converted right there on the cross while he was dying. So if you're part of a religious system, just be careful. Oh, my phone just buffered. I just had a buffer. Let's see if it shows up on the playback. It said reconnected. Jesus stood for freedom too. Carol loving Alaska. Hello, greenbaywacky. King Harold was an SOB. I've heard you have to be a church person and a Christian to get baptized. Well, I would say this, cute kitty, do your own research. But in my opinion, from what I've read in the Bible, baptism is a public profession that you are following Christ. You're publicly professing it, and it's full immersion in waters to symbolize you're the old creature. You come up out of the water, you're a new creature in Christ. But a lot of churches baptize children and infants. Lutherans do the confirmation, you confirm your baptism. You can't work your way into heaven. You can't do a system like that. Do it if you feel that you publicly have decided to follow Christ. That's why I was baptized as an adult. I publicly professed to the world, I am a son of God. I'm trusting Jesus for my salvation. You should, to be baptized, I believe you should be a follower of Christ. That's me. Don't do it if you're not a follower of Christ, because I don't think it'll do any good for you. Big Brother picked you up on a keyword. And I was talking about Jesus too. That's funny. That's why Jesus came in the flesh. The Old Testament wasn't working. Well, I would say this. You got to remember, the Old Testament all through the New Testament, we're witnessing a plan of God's that is playing out. So he's dealt with different people in different ways. It's always been his plan from the beginning, the way everything's going. You baptize yourself with KFC, just Jim? Oh. And what do you mean a church person, cute kitty kitty? Church is just a building. Church is just a building. I mean, think about Jesus when he was out speaking to people. Their church was wherever he was. It's just a building. It's just a building. Think about that. Two birds, one stoner. Oh my goodness, wow. Oh, oh man, wow. Hey, I'll tell you, it was pretty interesting when I got saved. I got saved when I was 16 because I knew I was going to hell. And I just knew it. And that's, you need to humble yourself and realize your place in the universe and how nasty you are. You know, the devil works in our ears like, you're a good person. You're not that bad. You never killed anybody, and makes you think that, that you're going to go to heaven because you're a good person. We're not. We're all bad. It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. We're all bad. They were all bad. You ever kill anyone? Yeah, but they were all bad. Remember that movie? What was that? True Lies? Not that you should watch that if you are a Christian. I can't watch the full version. It's kind of nasty, but anyway. um, you're not going to go to heaven because you're a good person. So that's all I'm trying to get at. But anyway, what I'm getting at, like, I love this new slogan I've been hearing lately. I heard it from Jan Markell. That's Olive Tree Ministries. It's a great website. It's Olive Tree Ministries. You can look it up on Google. And what they're saying, with the craziness that we see in the world right now, I honestly believe everyone, unless you're absolutely stupid, everyone in the world senses something has changed, something's different. And it's not the scary virus thing, or there's a shift in power, there's a shift in people just know like there's something different going on. So anyway, what they say at Olive Tree Ministries, I love this slogan. It looks like things are falling apart, but actually things are falling into place for God's plan to finish itself out and work itself out. So even I have to try to remember that. My wife reminds me of that. Don't be so worried about everything. Things are, even the Bible says, hey, don't worry, these things have to pass. Some churches want your money. But also remember, wait, cute kitty. I mean, I have heard in order to get baptized, you have to be going to church all the time. No, here's what I would say, cute kitty. This is just me. Might be my advice to you. It's a plan, and for him to know, not us. Yes, I agree. My home is my church. I was reading Carol Loving, Alaska. For cute kitty, because I know you've been questioning some things lately. If you were to go to a true Bible believing, gospel preaching church, that's the easiest way I would say it. I'm not going to tell you what church is for you. You have to find that out yourself. But if you went to one that really preached the Bible and you asked them to get baptized, what they would more than likely ask you to do is give a testimony. Have you committed your life to Jesus Christ? That's what a true reputable church would want to know in order to baptize you. They wouldn't be asking you, well, how often do you go to church, cute kitty? Have you been to church? When did you read your Bible lately? Now, they would encourage you to go to church for fellowship. They'd encourage you to read your Bible to get, in that personal space with God through his word. But the requirement that they would want from you would be, have you decided to follow Jesus, to make him your Lord and Savior? And that's all. And if you've made that commitment, they'd want you to get baptized. Yeah. So if that helps you at all, ponder that, think about that. And my encouragement to you would be, if you finally ultimately take that leap of faith, you know what my wife said? to me the other day. I told her about you asking some questions, cute kitty, in the past few streams. And my wife said, "Have you ever prayed with her?" And I said, no, no, I haven't actually prayed with her or for her. So I'm going to pray for you right now, cute kitty. Lord, I'm going to pray that cute kitty in this chat will come to know you and trust you if she hasn't. I want to pray that you'll move her heart to give her life to you. And I'm going to pray that you would answer those questions for her in her mind. She's thinking about being baptized. All she has to do is be a follower of you, Lord, and publicly proclaim her faith through that act of baptism, not as a requirement to come into your kingdom, to go to heaven, but as a proclamation that she has chosen to follow you. Lord, I would pray that you'll find a church for cute kitty that lifts you up, that preaches the gospel accurately, that is not tainted by the twisted teachings that Satan has put out there. I'd pray that you put people in her life that can lift her up, people that know the true gospel that you've given to us, Lord. I'd pray that she would just trust you and not waste any time giving her life to you, Lord. And I would just pray that she would just know she's a sinner, you're the Savior, and all she has to do is reach out and take that free gift of salvation. Lord, that you're willing to come into anyone. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. So, Lord, I pray that you give cute kitty comfort, and that you would just guide her with truth and keep the lies away from her, the churches that lie, churches that are not preaching your gospel. Lord, I would just lift this up to you, that you would just be there with her and to help her in her mind to know how much you love her. You went to a cross and died for her sin as well as mine and everyone else in this chat. And I would just pray that you just help her find those answers, the true answers, not Satan's counterfeit answers. And help her to have no doubts that she can trust you 100%. You're trustworthy, Lord. Nothing gets past you. Nothing gets by you. And you know exactly what she's feeling right now, Lord. You know every struggle she's having. And just be there with her. Help her to come to you and cross that bridge, Lord. And we just thank you for loving us. Thank you for dying on that cross for all of us, Lord. It's a free gift for those that accept. Lord, you are mighty. You are powerful. You're capable of everything. And thank you, Lord, for how much that you love us. Thank you. Thank you. Praise and honor and glory be to you, Lord. Praise, honor, and glory to you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. For cute kitty. Wow. Wow. God is so awesome. Yeah, don't live in the past. Repent and you'll be forgiven. Live in here and now. Keep moving forward by improving who you are. Yeah, it's about being more Christ-like. You know, the biggest thing I've learned with my walk with Christ is that you don't necessarily win the lottery. You don't necessarily have every health issue healed. But I know in my heart that I've been forgiven, that he loves me. And the more steps that I make towards him, the more I just feel more at peace. You know, I haven't been reading my Bible for the past year or so. I finally got it out. I got it out. And I took a baby step. Now it's only about 13 chapters of Revelation in the past week. I could have done way better. But I'm making more steps back to the Lord. Because I realize I can't live without his word. Anyone who tells you that you can go about your life without the word of God, you can, and you can be saved. You can still go to heaven. But this book is your guide to a better life. And Satan is constantly attacking it. constantly with doubt. That's what I was talking about earlier, where people are always arguing about we can't trust the word of God. It was written by man. It was written by the Council of Nicaea. Or it was, this and that. It's just doubt. And you never make the leap over to God. You ever started a church? Sign me up. Well, I would say this, Patrick Villers. Technically, I could not be a pastor of a church because I'm divorced once. Now, I have the right wife now. There are conditions in the Bible. I can't pastor a church. Now, some people do this. They're divorced and they're pastoring churches. I think it's wrong. The Bible says you're to be the husband of one wife. Your kids are not unruly. Your household's in order. However, I can be an evangelist. I'm not ruled out from that, but I can't have an actual church. I can't be the head of that church. Warsaw Patriot. By the way, hi, Warsaw Patriot. 420. My old church was so corrupt, nobody ever saw it. The whole congregation was allowing the corruption to go on over the years. There's a lot of false churches out there. This bowl's for Jesus. Well, you know what, 420, my walk's been up and down with the Lord. When I first got saved, when I was 16, those first couple of years, me and my friends used to sit around piling on the pot on the table with the bowls, smoking it while we read and discussed the Bible. I mean, kind of sick and twisted, I guess. It was, sort of. But I mean, I gave it up, like I said, for my wife and kids. Brenda Hall, when I got saved, I've told the story. The night I got saved, give you my own testimony, because this is I guess you guys weren't in my D-Live stream the other day. 11:30 at night, I'm 16 years old. I knew I was going to hell. Stealing, shoplifting, drinking, terrible thing, and worse. Just things I don't want to get into. I knew it. I was convicted of my sin. So I went into my mom's living room. God had given me enough information about Jesus over the years to know what I had to do. I had enough information. I got down on my knees, I cried, and I prayed for Christ to come into my heart and to save me. I did not want to go to hell. I did not want to go there. And I felt the warmth that you're talking about. I felt the warmth of the Holy Spirit. I felt renewed. And I felt loved. And God spoke to me. Now, I don't mean the physical voice. I'm not one of those, God told me this. I had a vision for this. And through my conscience, through my mind, he spoke to me, okay? And he let me know that I was forgiven, that I was now not going to hell. I was forgiven. And I stayed up all night long. I was reading I don't remember what verses I read. I got, your mom's always got a Bible lying around in the living room or somewhere in your house. Well, she had one. I was reading it. I'd gotten some tracts from people on the street, how to accept Jesus and all that. I was reading those. I was just up all night. I was on fire. Now, did I fix everything in my life right away? No. I didn't quit smoking right away. I didn't quit, But God immediately started working on changing my heart. God made me a new person that night. And he's been working on me ever since. Yeah, I got to turn my space heater back on. Kind of flip-flopping back and forth through phone charger. I have plenty of outlets here, but I'd have to find one. You guys are a good crowd tonight. We're talking about God, and you're not running for the hills. I don't like Kevin's dress code. If I can't wear jeans and t-shirts, I don't want to go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I felt Jesus. I've seen him do miracles, Brenda Hall. Don't worry, Patrick. You get changed. Whatever your new body is that you get from God will be perfect. He'll be perfect. Oh, yeah, it's a weak-kneed feeling, Carol Loving, Alaska. It is. I felt the Holy Spirit where, you hear the expression, the hair stands up on the back of your neck. I've been swooned by the Holy Spirit sometimes for various things. I've seen miracles. I've seen prayers answered, sometimes instantly, sometimes a day or two later. You want to know an amazing story? From my wife's side, actually. Some of you know this that have watched me for a while. You might have caught it, maybe not. Some of you don't. So I'm going to guess everyone in the chat doesn't know. My wife's mother died a few weeks after giving birth to her from the complications of childbirth. This is back in the 60s. So she died. So my wife grew up more with the other side, or with her uncle, her mom's brother, and that family. So she didn't have her actual mom. But here's what's amazing. Her mom was a Christian, and her brothers and sisters were teenagers when her mom died. So they knew her obviously more when you have your, more knowledge. She prayed for all the children to become Christians, all the kids. That was always her prayer. Like every day they said, Mom's always praying that we become Christians. It didn't happen all at once, but every one of her brothers and sisters became Christians. Her mom's prayer was answered after her mom died. How's that for a testimony? So her mom prayed that her children would become Christians. She didn't see that answered in her life. She dies, and that prayer kept going, and all the kids came to Christ. So I have a kind of a mixed family. Half of them are diehard religious, half are born-again Christians. It's kind of interesting. Michelle K., I believe in Jesus and trust him in my heart and soul. I love this. Hey, Annie Ann. Yeah, sometimes you start talking about Jesus and everyone leaves. That happens on D-Live. Me and Cab make jokes about that. Play a Christian song, 30 people in there, all of a sudden you're down to like 16. Play AC/DC, all of a sudden you're at 40 people in there, It's kind of funny. Oh, I'm gonna need some help this year with God. He's got I gotta admit, I do have this bad habit of smoking still. Like I said, I gave up the ganja, but I didn't give up. It keeps me kind of grounded. But the reason I think I'm talking about God so much lately, if people are open, when the conversation comes up, is I heard a sermon the other day. I was listening to a minister, and they were just describing the times we're living in right now. And they kind of compared it to a race, and they said, look, the end times are sneaking up on us more and more. It's obvious. Look around you. Look at what's going on in the world. And the minister just gave, the preacher gave the message, when you're in a race, like a runner is running a marathon, or, they're running the race, when they see that finish line, they don't just like start walking and like, oh, I'm almost there. I made it. No, what they do is they muster up every last ounce of energy to try to win that race and go for it, So he was just kind of saying, like, look, you look around, we're in the end. So why are we as Christians slowing down? Keep that, just like the sprinter in that race, pour it on. Pour it on. Whatever you can do for Jesus now until the time comes, pour it on. It really got me kind of inspired, got me inspired. Warsaw Patriot, Green Bay, you think God will convince Putin to back away from Ukraine? I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't, but I know it's part of God's plan. Now, whether there's some, I know that, holy crap, what happened? Oh, dropped my phone charger here, but it kind of hit my space heater. I didn't want it to melt. Anyway, here's what I was going to say. No matter what happens there, it's going to be a big distraction. Our government, whether it's really going on or they're all in cahoots with each other, our government is going to try to get you distracted from the fact that our government is trying to take away all our rights constantly and our freedoms lately. Through restrictions and mandates and this, that, and the other thing, changing laws on the book. So they want you to be looking over at this Ukraine-Russian thing. Look over here. Don't look over here while we're taking all your freedoms away. Look over here. So just be careful. Just be aware. Look at alternative news sources. That's what they want you to focus on right now, for whatever reason. And I think it's kind of amazing if you really think about it, just logically. Think about this. Our government supposedly is so concerned about their border, and they're so concerned about vaccinated people at the border of Canada, and they just want they're so concerned. But down here at our southern border, how many people are coming into our country? Just flowing in. No problem at all. It's a big party. Think about that. The ridiculousness of that. Absolutely ridiculous. God has conflicted kings and rulers in the past. Whatever is to be will be. Yeah, it's God's plan working out, Carol Loving Alaska, because all power is granted through God. So whatever happens is going to happen. Trudeau is being a fascist. Brandon likes ice cream and Warsaw Patriot. Do you even know what the term fascist means? I believe it's. I'll read the technical meaning of it, but I believe it's when you really want the government control. You want the big government. You want the people squashed down, basically. You want the government deciding everything. You want to squash free thought. Let's see what the technical. That's a good question, actually. Meaning of fascism is a political philosophy, movement, or regime such as that exalts nation. Let's see here. What defines someone as fascist? Fascist, someone who supports or promotes fascism, a system of government led by a dictator. Yep, like big government, a dictator, who typically rules by forcefully and often violently suppressing opposition and criticism, controlling all industry and commerce, and promoting nationalism and often racism. Yep. So, yeah. Yep. Patrick Villers, okay, wacky. If I see mushroom clouds outside my window, I'll try not to panic. Hey, I would say get yourself right with Jesus. Just ask him into your heart to save you, and you'll be fine. Ask Jesus into your heart to save you, Patrick Villers. Mean it. Apologize to him for breaking his, rules. And whatever happens in this life will be fine. Because everyone in this chat, myself included, we're all going to be gone eventually. The only thing guaranteed in life is death and taxes. Whatever's Putin doing, whatever Joe Biden's doing, whatever YouTube's doing, it's all going to be gone anyway. We're checking out eventually. Just remember that. You only have to worry if you're checking out without the blood of Christ. That's the way I look at it. But that's kind of what Trudeau is doing right now. That's what I was talking about on my stream earlier, a little bit over on DLive. Trudeau is like lining himself up to be a dictator, a king. No joke, literally. It's pretty much, I'm the king. I tell you what to do. If you don't do it, I crush you. I send my military out. I send my police. He's the one that said the truckers were holding unacceptable views. Unacceptable view. How does that happen in a free society like Canada? Unacceptable views. These are unaccepted. No, I made the rule. I made the law. I'm Trudeau. They have to win. The truckers have to win and get rid of these mandates. They have to win, or you're going to see the fall of Canada. I'm not kidding. That's the way I look at it. They have to win. We have to be on there. We need to pray for them, actually. Just tell my wife that. We need to really be praying for them. Yeah, he's like a tyrant. Now, I don't know the government structure of Canada. So I don't know if he could go too far where his own party could remove him. Like, hey, wait, bro, this is too much. You're going against our own people here. I don't know. I haven't read how they're set up. like here we have the 25th Amendment with the president and all that, impeachment, we have that. No, I know it's parliament, but I don't know the structure of what it would take to have someone like that removed. Canada doesn't even have gun rights. It's a privilege, and it's far worse than we have in the States. Chris Sky was talking about that. He's fighting in Canada. He said they took all his guns. I know there's also some attachment to England still with the Queen. There's something about Parliament. I think it's more, if I remember right, it's more ceremonious than legally binding. Something like they have to go knock on the door of the Queen's office or something to bring a new decree or rule or something. I forget, something symbolic about that. They have to have a vote of no confidence. Gets his orders from the Queen. There's something attached. Believe it or not, it was Puja Studios. Remember him, Andrew, who told me this once because he was in Canada, and he kind of explained it to me. If you could Google that, that won't be censored. Google still works for things that are okay that they can allow you to read. A vote of no confidence. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know what it would take to stop this, but I mean, I think the world really needs to step back a little bit because, the media right now is really trying to paint these truckers as these horrible people that are, what's hilarious? When I watched Ford, what's his name? Doug Ford, I think, the premier or whatever of Ontario, and I watched Trudeau, and they're going on about the truckers interrupting people's lives and doing all this stuff. And here they're doing that with all these mandates, lockdowns, all this stuff. They're doing it to their own people. But now they want you to believe it's the truckers. It's the truckers. They're the bad guys. They're the bad ones. Have you seen that church pastor they've arrested like 6, 7 times now just for holding church services? Because it doesn't, they've made a rule that, COVID laws. Do you know Gandhi? I believe it was Gandhi who said civil disobedience is a duty of the citizens if the government has become lawless. And that's kind of what's going on with our governments right now. They're becoming lawless. Peaceful civil disobedience. Rand Paul spoke up again. He gets censored all the time. He said that, he's like all for it. Have to get they are freedom loving people with Isn't that hilarious? They have bouncy castles. They're feeding the homeless. They're doing all this stuff, but the people with sticks up their butt in Ottawa, oh, they're blaring their horns at all hours of the day. Okay, so the truckers are blaring the horns, but it doesn't matter that you're being battery power 15%. Okay. All right, I got to plug the phone in again. But it doesn't matter to you that you're being forced to close your business, your brothers and sisters. There was a powerful interview this guy got on the street. One of the Fox News reporters was there interviewing people, and he just randomly went up to a guy that was holding a flag, older guy. He said, "Why are you here protesting?" And this, of course, would never be shown on CNN. And the guy said that he had lost his job because he wouldn't take a vaccination. His brother or son-in-law was losing his business, losing tens of thousands of dollars over this. And his pregnant daughter, unless it was daughter-in-law and it was his son, it was, anyway, I don't want to say it's misinformation. You can look it up yourself. But he said she was pregnant and being forced to take a vaccine. Anyway, he said the destruction of my family alone from all these mandates and everything is catastrophic. And he said, that's why I'm here. I'm here for freedom. And when he heard that, man, that was just a regular guy. The report, I actually cried. I was stunned and it was just a random, here's the microphone. What do you got to say about this? Even the reporter was like, you could just tell he was choked up. No, I can't play a video here, Warsaw. I can't. I wish I could. What are their demands? They're not trying to overthrow the government. They're not trying to not pay taxes. They're not trying. What they're asking for is lift the lockdowns and the mandates and give us our freedom back. That's what they're asking for. And the media is trying to spin it into some sort of crazy thing it's not. No, I can't play it, Warsaw Patriot. Just send it to my Twitter. Send it to me on Twitter. I think people are waking up, but not fast enough. And a lot of people are not waking up. A lot of people are asleep at the wheel. I watch things that are just matter of factly. I watched a Fox News guy talking about how he just got double jabbed and double jabbed his kids, and he was so proud of it. And just matter of factly, like, no big deal. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Yeah, these guys have to succeed. They have to succeed. They have to. They have to. I think they're making a little progress. The Ontario, he's like the governor, basically the premier. I think his name's Doug Ford. He said he was removing the mandated vaccinations March 1st. He said it didn't have anything to do with the truckers. And they threw in, he's got to throw the dig in. Oh, but if individual businesses still want to keep them, that's fine. The vaccine passport kind of thing. But my goodness, have you seen, look on the internet? Google Walmart in Canada. Walmart in Canada has scanning booths now, where you have to go into the scanning booth to prove your vaccination status to continue into the store to buy things. I mean, seriously, this is a free society? Is Steven Crowder still on YouTube? I heard he had some strikes and was going to get removed. Louder with Crowder? I know Louder with Crowder. I'm on the trucker side. I believe they're now letting them through the border. I thought I heard. Yeah, but there's been some arrests at the bridge at that location. You know what I want to see? I want to see a line of police officers when they're given unlawful orders to take off those yellow vests on camera, like on a, Fox News interview or something. And I want to see them go stand with the people. Say, we didn't sign on for this. That's what we need. They're only, because kind of, some of the stuff they're doing is trickles down to whether it's the military, the police, the governors, these elite people are forcing their will on people through another layer. And that's, the people of law enforcement have to reevaluate themselves. They're supposed to protect and serve, even in Canada, but they have to protect and serve through the giving of lawful orders, They can't just become the private Gestapo police force for the elite. Yeah, I totally support the truckers. Do you think Alex Jones is legitimate and found Christ? Do you think he's full of shit? Watch him every day, Patrick. Every day I watch Alex. But just a reminder to people, the show is not just Alex. He has guests. He has hosts that do other shows. I don't think he's always right. But I think a lot of the information you get is very credible. And you get the stories to go off and do your own research. Hey, he just said this. Is it true? And you can go research it at other sites. He has Dave Lando on with Gerald. The show is on Monday through Thursday. I had heard, if I heard it right, this was a while back, that Crowder had gotten like 2 strikes on YouTube, one more, and he was out or something. But I think that, they go off after 90 days or something. Man, there's still 17 people in there. Amazing. Thanks for hanging. Good conversation tonight. I forgot how much you know, that's the thing I love about live streams. I think on D Live we're too spoiled with music and all that. Yeah, it is kind of nice to play that, but on YouTube you gotta talk, have conversations, get to know each other, you know? Yeah, I've heard Alex talk about Christ lots, Patrick, by the way. He's suing YouTube? What's he suing YouTube for, Crowder? What's Crowder suing YouTube for? I made a video recently on YouTube just reminding people, you yourself, the individual, I had to do it, so other people have to do it. You have to go out and find alternative sources for news. Yeah, I can't tell you all the different places to go. You have to do that yourself, but you have to get different perspectives by going out there and finding them. Like I said, YouTube's great. It's still a great platform for, it's just not, I don't look at YouTube as it's only good for some news. Other news, it's a narrative, so it's censored. So there's some stuff you just can't get here anymore that you used to be able to get, would be the easiest way to say it. But obviously, I still use YouTube. I'm streaming on it right now, and they can do whatever they want. I wish they'd be more transparent, let people go back to the Wild West the way it used to be, where, people could just give their opinion, where free speech was free. Censorship? Well, if you look at that whole thing that happened with Joe Rogan, for example, Joe Rogan was interviewing top credible scientists and doctors. And then it was, taken down because the claim was misinformation. Joe Rogan wasn't on there just talking like this, like, hey, here's the giving medical advice. He was interviewing credible people that were giving their opinion. And, that got censored. So I don't know if it's true. I heard that Rumble offered Joe Rogan $100 million to come over to them uncensored. Did anyone else hear that? I don't know if that was legit. I can't say that's true. Supposedly it was $100 million over 4 years. I guess $25 million a year. That's what the claim was. YouTube has gotten so bad about what you can and cannot say. Yeah, but it's still a good platform, Carol, for certain things. It's just other areas it's not, you know. Well, I'm not, believe me, 420. I know exactly who he interviewed and I know exactly what they said. And I've watched, well, I'll just say it's Dr. Robert Malone and Peter McCullough. Watch, see, I'll probably get banned just for saying those names. But yeah, I've watched all their interviews, not just on Joe Rogan, everywhere. Guys are off the chart knowledgeable, both of them. Why did he fire? You know what? I don't know the whole story. David Knight's over on D Live every morning at 8. I don't know if you know that. 8 to 11, he does a 3 hour show. I love David Knight. I don't know what happened with him and Alex. I think some of their falling out came over Trump. I think David believed one thing, Alex. That's kind of what it sounds like David Knight is hinted to when he does some D Live shows. I don't catch every show, but I catch some of them. I don't know. I mean, only they know what the relationship was. I wish David Knight was still over on that site. I love those guys together. I wish it could have worked out, but I don't really know what ultimately happened. Yeah, YouTube's still a good platform. It's just not for getting hard-hitting, realistic news about certain topics. It's kind of like YouTube, great for everything except A, B, C, and D. Great for everything except this, that. For that, I got to go to an alternative site. I don't think people will vote for Trump in 24. I got to admit, I've got some beefs with Trump. Oh, now we got another VUM NGO. Well, good morning. That's okay. It's no big deal. It'll just go up through the chat. No big deal. Um, but there's times I think I got played by Trump. Actually, I hate to say that, but there are a couple of key things that you have to look at. A couple of key things about Trump. He gave the emergency order that shut everything down and turned a lot of governors in different states into miniature dictators and tyrants. Trump gave that order. He didn't rescind the order. He didn't get rid of it. He was out of office. He could have at any time said, you know what, I'm going to take that order. That was a big deal. That was one big deal. He's the one that pushed the 5G. Trump did that. He's the one that did the warp speed. There's a lot of things, if you start digging into it, either he was extremely misled or he's part of the whole plan. So I don't know. But he's heavily pushing the shots instead of choice. He's heavily, I don't know. So there's things I don't know that I have doubts about. Let's put it that way. I don't know. I don't know. But you know what is amazing? All we get is the same old, same old. When it comes to election time, first of all, I don't even know if I'll ever vote again because I don't know if I don't know what I think about that. But I didn't hear that one that is addressed to 666. The Congress and local mayors are going to vote Republican. Policies are solid, but he's too divisive. I think we need DeSantis, Tulsi. I'd like to see DeSantis and Kristi Noem. That's what I'd like to see from South Dakota. That's what I'd like to see. DeSantis and Kristi Noem. Yeah, that would be a great ticket. That's what I'd love to see. I don't know who Tulsi is. I don't know. Oh, here's what I was getting at though. Every time it comes to vote, first of all, the illusion that people have in America is that going to vote for a president every 4 years puts you in control of the country. When in actuality, the most important elections are your sheriffs, your mayors, your community where you are at. Because it's sort of like if we want change to happen, it's got to be sort of not a from the top, like thinking you're voting for the president and yeah, I'm in control of the country. It's your local community from the ground level. That's ultimately who you're going to be dealing with. So it's because a lot of people forget sheriffs are elected. Remember the sheriffs that came out and said, I'm not going to enforce these orders from the governor? They're tyrannical and they're crazy. A lot of them in California, all over the country, they do interviews and they're like, they're elected. They can't be fired. Yeah, state level is very important. I'll give you a perfect example of state level, what happened in my state of Wisconsin. When the craziness hit a couple years ago and they were shutting down businesses and all that, my Supreme Court, because the people that were on the Supreme Court, my local Wisconsin Supreme Court, they went to bat for all the residents of Wisconsin and said, hey, look, you don't have the legal right. They went to Tony Evers, basically. You don't have the right to lock down 8 million Wisconsinites and close their businesses and do all this. And they voted and they won. And all of a sudden, all the businesses were open again. Then Tony Evers had the mask thing, and that went on for a few months. He kept trying to renew it. And they went to bat and got rid of it. My local sheriffs and police officers have been just super nice throughout the whole thing. So I'm just saying, your local community, your local state, those are the ones to really keep your eye on. we had a board of education type vote. I forget what the technical name of the office is, and there were some, I mean, crazy radical people, and this involved our kids and the school system and all that were running for office. And the vote, they lost, and we got a good conservative in there that really cares about the rights of the children and the schools and all that. And they won by just like 100 votes, just like 100, like 100. And that could have really changed the whole dynamic of my community where I live. If that kind of radical person, yeah, I couldn't believe what this person, they'd put out flyers of what they believed in. I was like, oh my goodness, they're crazy, So, oh, don't worry, there's not much to listen to, Michelle K. I'm just babbling. I'm just babbling at 6 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning. Carol Loving Alaska says our governor did pretty much the same thing and said sorry, not doing that. He override the president mandates. Always pay attention to what's going on. Well, personally, what I would say 420, 420, your mayor's under investigation. Oh, no. I keep looking at my screen as if I'm doing an OBS stream, and I'm doing it on my phone over here. I got to remember, look over here. I'm just reading the chat over here. I would personally encourage people to homeschool their kids, pull them out of public education if you can possibly do that at all costs. We've homeschooled for the last final years of our kid. Public education is nothing. I'm 54. When I went to school, we didn't have anything remotely close to the kind of political agendas and New World Order kind of agendas that are just being fed to the children nowadays. Schools nowadays are not schools. You don't go there to learn math and arithmetic and English and, drama acting classes and FIED and all that. You go to get indoctrinated. That's what you're there for. That's what the kids are there for. I know it's a little bit of a struggle to take on homeschooling versus, I know it's convenient to send your kid to school every day, but homeschooling is really the way to go, I believe. That's just me. But not everyone can do that. I understand, you got to balance out stuff. But we had to talk about this once. I remember one time we were talking, I forget if it was a YouTube stream or a D-Live stream. And there were actually, people were thinking about it, like, that's a good point, you're right. So in order to homeschool your kids, for example, you might have to free up resources, in your household. So then you start thinking about it. Do you need a 2020 BMW SUV that you bought at the dealership for $60,000 that gives you a payment of $900 a month plus full covered insurance and all that? Or could you buy a Chevy for 20 grand that's new, so your household doesn't have as big a, and then you start going through all your finances. Do you need that brand new furniture, or could you get some used furniture? Or could you just keep your used furniture? Do you need to do all that? I'm just saying, everyone's got to evaluate their budgets in their household. I'm guilty of it too. And sometimes the money's actually there to homeschool your kids if you just adjust your living habits a little bit, I remember I heard a sermon once at one of the churches I used to go to many years ago, and the pastor was talking about that very thing. It was like, you've got a 4-year-old car, and you want to rush out and buy a new car for like $35,000. The 4-year-old car is basically going to be paid off completely in like 8 months. You're at the last, it was 48-month kind of, thing, or you know what I mean. And he's like, would you be better off just putting aside maybe $4,000 or $5,000 and keeping that for repairs and hold on to that used car for another 3 years or so? let it go a little longer, be dependable. So he was just kind of knocking that kind of idea in about sometimes we are kind of victims of our own bad decisions. Do you need to go buy a brand new big TV on a credit card when maybe you could go to Walmart and buy a cheaper one, or maybe you go to Craigslist and even buy a used one? So we need school choice. The homeschool option means you have to pay twice if you get to keep tax dollars, then fine, but then it's running from the. The other problem with homeschooling 420 is every state's different. Like there's some states where they make it incredibly hard to homeschool. I remember a friend of mine, I think maybe it was the Colorado laws or maybe it was New York or whatever it was. Some states they're requiring the parents to have college degrees and all this crazy stuff. Wisconsin, we just signed a note, we're homeschooling, thanks, and we just took our kid. And that's it. That's the way it should be. You know, I mean, but some states actually try to make it so hard that they're almost like making you a criminal for trying to pull your kids out of the public school system. What was the pastor driving? Oh, I don't remember. Dave, who's your pick for Wisconsin governor? Anyone but Tony Evers. I don't know who's running. I think when is he up? When is he up? I haven't seen anyone go. I do like our Ron Johnson. He's fighting for our freedom here too. I have to send him a letter. He's got a website, direct, emails to him. I don't even have to write it, mail it to him. He is fighting for freedom. I'm so thankful he's here. You have the right to be stupid with your money. I get it, wacky. It's like Al Bundy and his Dodge. Lang, oh, pull it. That was that. Okay. Yeah, that little spammy thing. But that's all right. That's no big deal. Yeah. We'll have to have a whole live stream about that. You should know, David, that's how you get shit done. Yeah, when is, let's see. Let's see what it says here. November, no, that's 2018. Okay, so Tony Evers won in 2019. 4 years, so is it 2023? The 2022 Wisconsin gubernatorial election will take place on November 8th, 2022. Okay, so it's November 8th, 2022. It's kind of like the midterm election deal to elect the governor of Wisconsin. Yeah, good luck, Tony Evers, man. Good luck. Huh. I was just looking up. So that's when I don't know who's emerging. I don't know who's emerging. I just know what Tony Evers did to our state. I know what he did to our state, and I don't agree with it. So yeah, in November, actually, his head's on the chopping block. Joshua Coe. Turn on my flashlight to find my shorts to come downstairs and I'm wearing them. Yikes. Zach Sanford. Great to see you over here. Yeah, I've been streaming over here for, I don't know, less than a minute ago. Sorry, I'll have to refresh my screen over here. Let's see. 3 hours. Wow, we've been live for 3 hours over here. Pay attention. That's how we vote. Well, a lot of people don't want to pay attention. 420. Evers is a joke, so is the mayor of Green Bay. They came out where they were installed. Well, the problem. Here's the problem. I actually believe that some people are just sort of deceived. Um, so what you've got is these elite people with these tyrannical agendas, and it filters down to people that aren't really in on it, but are being sort of used to impose it. So here's someone like Tony Evers. He's just this old guy. I don't know if he gets it or not, what he thinks of the whole New World Order stuff. So you got people like that are in the mix now, just like there's doctors in the mix. There's just people in the mix of this bad stuff. So I don't know how else to say it. Tell Tony just what I think on his Facebook page. Oh my goodness. He's got a Facebook page, really? Hey, you know what, Brenda? So you're in Wisconsin too? I don't remember every time who's from where. And don't shoot me if you're like, of course, I told you a long time ago. Um, we have to send letters to Ron Johnson for fighting for us. He's fighting tooth and nail for freedom. He's a representative of Wisconsin. I don't know if you know who he is. I'm running over my cord. Wow, 6:38. What a great stream. Lots of great conversation. Thank you, everybody. Great. I forgot how great the conversation is on YouTube. Really good in-depth talks. And no one fighting. I know we've had some different viewpoints here, but nobody fighting. That's great. Man, still 18 people in here. Yeah, I don't know who's running for governor this year. I don't know. Let's get Scott Walker back. I don't live in Green Bay, Patrick. I don't I don't live in Green Bay. I do live in Wisconsin. It's an undisclosed location. No, I'm just kidding. I do live in Wisconsin. I don't live in Green Bay though. The reason my channel is called Green Bay Wacky, just to clarify, originally I had another channel on YouTube and I wanted a fresh start. So I was thinking Wisconsin comedy, Wisconsin this, and I was like, wait a minute, wait. An epiphany. Green Bay Packers. Everyone, when they hear Green Bay, thinks of the Packers. If you think of Green Bay Packers, you think Wisconsin, right? But obviously, I'm not going to call myself Green Bay Packers. So at first, I was thinking Green Bay comedy, Green Bay skits, Green Bay. I said, what about Green Bay wacky? Because I'm kind of wacky. Because at first, I started out just strictly on trying to do comedy. I wasn't even live streaming. Green Bay wacky. So it just stuck ever since. Oh, a double whopper for breakfast. Are you kidding? I love cold food, Joshua Co. I love cold food. I got some cold Domino's in the fridge. I got some cheesy bread and I got some pretzel bites. I love cold food. That's the best. Double whopper for breakfast. Love it. Maybe one of these days I'll move to Wisconsin, Cute Kitty says. I'm Wisconsinite. I've been writing Ron Johnson. Not going to stop anytime soon. Holy disappointment, Batman. Patrick. I've said that for years. I've never hidden that. Everyone that watches me knows I don't live in Green Bay. I've thought about moving lately. I'm just tired looking at my small town. Just go to a place that's free. That's all I can say. Just move to a place that's free. You're supposed to say holy clamshells, Batman, Patrick. Holy clamshells, Batman. By the way, I'll tell you something funny about Batman. A little trivia for you. If you're a diehard Batman fan, remember the old series from the 60s, the real one. They used to climb up skyscrapers, him and Robin. I mean, obviously the camera was tilted and they were, but so many celebrities wanted to be on Batman, the show, because it was so popular, for a while. Obviously, it's ran its course. They couldn't find little roles for all the celebrities that wanted to be on it. So that's why when Batman and Robin are climbing up skyscrapers and things, and a window would open up and someone would pop out and talk to them, it was a celebrity. That's how they worked the celebrities into the show. Now you know. So next time you watch an old rerun of Batman and they're climbing up the skyscraper and Sammy Davis Jr. or someone pops his head out and talks to him, there you go. The winter is feet of snow. The winter's not bad here, 420, 420. The best way to enjoy like Wisconsin, like a place with the snow, just do something that involves snow. Get a snowmobile, get a four-wheel drive truck, something that makes you look forward to snow. And remind yourself during the winter, we don't have any bugs. There's no mosquitoes. It's like heaven. That's the way to enjoy the cold winter. And you want to know something? I love cold winter days. Like I love going out when you're like it's 30 below and it's kind of like a you go out there like, hey, is my car gonna start? And you get in, it's exciting. Turn the key, you see the dash lights come on, and you're like, ruh, 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 and you get that thrill of like, is it gonna catch? Is it gonna catch? Ruh, 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 ruh. And then it catches. You're like, oh damn, I'm glad I got fuel injection. And then you hear it and you hear your belts all whining, and then and sometimes it's chugging a little like plop, 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 and then it smooths out. And then you just walk away, it's running, and you let it sit for 5, 10 minutes, turn the heat on, come back, it's all heated up. That's fun. There's fun things about the Midwest. Snowing outside right now. Gonna be 62 degrees in Nebraska today, then snow today or tomorrow. I meant snow tomorrow or Thursday. Yeah, and then the summer, the summers are beautiful here. I'm actually looking forward to the winter being done. I mean, we got, what are we? We're just past Valentine's Day, February, so April showers bring May flowers, so winter should be out the door here. I know once in a while April has gone a little late, but we should be done with winter in about 6, 7 weeks. Plug in the oil heater overnight, need auto start. Well, the funniest, I'll say it again, the funniest story was when Cab 7 came to visit me. So he drives all the way to Wisconsin to visit with me. And he happened, the time we agreed to get together, that's when he was going out meeting YouTubers. It was 40 below actual, 60 below wind chill. 40 below actual, 60 below wind chill. So he's got this really nice truck. It's new, but, he lives in a warmer, part of the country. So he parks the truck. I snowblowed out a parking spot for him. And, we did our thing. We met and everything. We hung out. So about, I don't know, 17 hours went by. And I said to Cab, we're sitting having cigarettes in the garage. And I said, hey, Cab, you really should start your truck. He goes, oh, it's a new truck. It'll start fine. I said, no, man, you're 40 below, man. This is because during that time frame, I should back up. I'm not telling the story right. About 10 hours into it, I suggested he start his truck because I was starting my van like every 6, 7 hours. And he's like, why are you doing that? I said, well, when it's this cold out, you have to start your vehicle you want to drive. And you don't have to worry then because it warms up and then it cools down and you start it again, it warms up. And that's how you get through some of these, if you don't have a block heater. And he was like, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. And it was when we hit about 17 hours, I said, Cab, dude, start your truck. I'm telling you, it ain't going to start. So we go out and he's all proud of it. He's like, all right, fine. You talked me into it. So he goes out. What does he get? Ruh, 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 ruh. I was like, dude, I freaking told you. So we had to pop the hood, and I had to put my battery charger on it and charge up the battery. And I told him too. I said, "Oh, dude, you know, you're, they only put 750 amp batteries in your truck over in PA. You know, in Wisconsin, we all have 1,000+ amp batteries in here for the winter. For the trucks." And we finally got it going, barely. And then after that, while he stayed here for 3 days, he was out there starting it periodically. He'd go out and have a smoke and do the truck run for a little bit thing. Oh, yeah, I saw a story once on Alaska. Carol Loving Alaska says everyone here have plugins and auto start. I don't know if it's true or if they're still doing it, but in Alaska, the story I saw, which was kind of odd because we sure don't have them here, is that the shopping malls and the strip malls and all that had posts with electrical plugins that people would plug their cars in when they go to the mall and go shopping because it'd be so cold. Is that true? And yeah, because everyone has installed on their cars engine heaters because it gets so cold there. Tell me you don't live in Milwaukee, not unless you're in full combat gear. No, I don't live in Milwaukee, but I know Milwaukee like the back of my hand because I worked in Milwaukee and I've got relatives that live down there. That's liberal, liberal, too liberal. They used to, but no more. Why not? Too much electricity. Biden wants everyone to plug an electric car in. Yeah, I saw a little documentary on Alaska once. Believe it or not, Carol, I don't know if it'll ever really happen. My mom, she passed away a few years ago. We took care of her on hospice. Most people know that. I've told the story a million times. She always wanted to go to Alaska. So me and my wife would rent videos of Alaska. It's the best we could do while she stayed with us until the end. And she always wanted to go there. So I always thought at some point maybe I'd take her ashes up to Alaska and sprinkle them on a beautiful lake there or something, like kind of like a symbolic, hey, mom, you finally made it to Alaska kind of thing. Kind of, I know that's kind of a morbid story, maybe, but got to be tough as nails to live in Alaska. But that's only during the winter, right? I mean, you have beautiful summers and stuff in Alaska, right? That's just the winter, right? Hmm. I would think nowadays, Carol loving Alaska, people probably just leave their cars running, just lock them when they go into malls. They probably just leave them running with the heat on, right? Who's going to steal them, right? Hmm. That's what I do with my car. I leave it running all the time when I'm out and about. Joshua says in Siberia that they have to leave vehicles running all night and cover the vehicles in the small town. There's no water pipes, so they have to grab sheets of ice for water. Record low is -96. Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah, I don't know if that'll ever really materialize, but, especially nowadays with the whole Canada debacle, you have to drive through Canada to go to Alaska. So, I'm never going to get vaccinated or anything like that. So, I don't know that that'll ever really come true, but it's in my thoughts. Well, that's kind of Joshua. That's why semis are always running in the cold. Semis are always running because diesels are really hard to start in the cold. See, I love that. I love cold. I love it. I mean, not forever. That's why I like Wisconsin changes seasons. But I love that kind of stuff. Hmm. Man, I always smoke too much when I'm on live streams. I do. What else can you do? You just smoke, my goodness. I don't even want to know. People in Alaska fly small. Well, I'll never fly. It literally snaps truck frames in half. I can believe that with those kind of temps. Summers here are beautiful. I love it. I just started quits. Yeah, I haven't given up these filthy things yet. I know I should. I know I should. Believe me. I know it. God knows it. I know it. My wife knows it. My wife doesn't give me any grief about the smoking other than the smell. She doesn't like the smell. So if I'm heavily smoking out in the garage like this and I were to go into the bedroom, she'd be like, "Oh man, go out for a little bit." And if I want to hang with her after I've been smoking, I gotta go in the bathroom. I wash my hands, wash my face, do some mouthwash, try to tone down and then I'll change clothes. So I go, get some clothes that don't smell like smoke. Fish are instantly frozen coming out of water. A trick they use, if they don't have a hammer, they use frozen bananas to hammer something. Oh, wow. Wow, that's kind of interesting, actually. Just me, Mareka is back. I was saying we gotta motivate Mareka to get live. Crack the no, that doesn't work. 420. Just cracking the garage door doesn't get rid of smoke smell. Matter of fact, my wife's got such good nose. If I leave the garage door open here, because when I go through the garage door, you go right in the kitchen. If I leave it open, she'll be like, "Oh," she'll smell the smoke. I've got to shut that door. Because, see, sometimes I crack it open a little because what'll happen is, oh, you were here just listening. Okay. Sometimes Ozzy, he's out in the garage with me, and he'll go in his house or he'll just lie down here, and he doesn't want to come in the house yet, unless I get a treat or something like that. Well, I don't want him sort of trapped out in the garage by himself. I want him to have an option to to come in. So I won't shut the garage door completely. I'll leave it cracked open, and my wife will smell that smoke kind of coming in a little bit. She's got really good nostrils because I want Ozzy to be able to not. And then the way I always view it is, as soon as I see Ozzy, I know the garage door has been open a little more because he kicks it open with his paw, and so I'm always sort of wrestling with the smoke smell with my wife. Brenda Hall says, my dad used to take his battery inside when it was really cold out. He also used to throw an army tent over the hood with some hot charcoal. Yep, that works. I know all the tricks. My friend George slept over a couple weeks ago and his car was in the shop. One time his car was in the shop, I borrowed mine, but this other time recently, he borrowed a friend's car. Wouldn't start, tried the jump starter, everything. I told him, I know the trick, George. I took the battery out, I put it in hot water in the laundry sink for about 30 minutes, put the charger on it, brought it back to the car, battery all warmed up and charged, car started right up. Coals under the oil pan do work. That's true. Got to be careful. You don't want flames. Could start the car on fire, but that's an old trick to heat up the oil. You know what I keep telling myself? It's funny you talk about that, Brenda. Most of my cars start at all. They're fuel injected, and they'll start even when it's really, really cold out. And I have the heated garage here, so once in a while I've had to push one of the cars into the garage with my four-wheel drive. Then it warms up and it starts right up. Every summer, I'm going to make it a goal. Every summer, I tell myself, every single car, I'm going to cut the radiator hose and put an inline antifreeze heater in every car when it's beautiful out, like 80, 90 degrees out, and it'll be easy. And every summer, I forget to do it. The only one that has a block heater is my diesel pickup. But this summer, I'm going to make it a goal. You're inspiring me. I'm going to put a heater in every single car I own. You can buy a carbon filter and a 4-inch inline fan. Oh, for the smell. Well, I don't mind the smell of smoke myself. Wacky God says our bodies are temples. You're decorating temple by smoking. Excuse me. Well, I'll have another beer. Oh, that's funny. Hey, it's true. I have no defense. No defense for smoking. I'm not going to try to defend it. I just do it. It likes the garage. She'll start at 30 below. Yeah, mine too, Carol Loving Ass, Alaska. My cars will start at 30 below. They're pretty good starters. No problem. The only car that didn't start this whole winter so far was George's, the one he borrowed from his friend. But yeah, nope. Yeah. My wife's always giving me grief because my garage is always full. Yeah, I got snowmobiles in here and my motorcycles are over here. And she's like, "Isn't it great that we have a heated garage that you can park stuff in that sits until the summer?" Or, I can get both cars in here if I just move things a little bit. I always leave the one spot open. Like right now, actually, my kid's car is in here. It's back. It's right here. It's my kid's Audi. It's back. Where is it? Oh, it's there. Can you see it? No, the camera's off a little bit. Can you see that? Maybe part of it. It's behind the curtain. He's doing a little work to it. He took down a mailbox last night in the snow. One of our neighbors, he went and talked to him. They're gonna fix it. It wasn't too bad. He just kind of knocked it over, but kind of broke the bottom part of his bumper. He's kind of bummed out, but could have been a lot worse. So Mareka, I didn't realize that Mareka, we got to get her motivated to live stream because she's always a pleasure when she's live. She's always, smiley face. She's a beautiful soul. So Mareka, we need to help Mareka figure out what she wants to live stream about. Damn those mailboxes for being outside. Here's the funny thing about the story. I was out delivering. I did 200 miles. I didn't hit any mailboxes. My wife said to my kid, he went out on his own for a drive. He wanted to be in that snow. He's got an all-wheel drive Audi. He bought it. It's his. Thinks he's indestructible. My wife said to him, "Don't go out. It's really icy out. Just stay home." This was like 12:30 at night. So he was coming home. He was in the neighborhood. He almost made it, but he was doing a few little, S kind of things in the Audi, and he spun it too much. So we actually had to go with the tow strap with four-wheel drive and yank him because his car went just kind of slightly down where it was spinning. We had to yank him back. Shh, don't tell him I told you that. Why am I talking into this microphone? It's not hooked up. The friggin' phone's over here. This is so weird. I got to put this over here, but it's balancing on a speaker over here. That's why I keep looking to the side, by the way. Chat's over here on the computer. I appreciate how much you support me, Dave. You've always been so kind to me. You as well, Mareka. I believe in you. Mareka's always been just a super kind person to my family. She's always been that way. Always been that way. Let's see here. Got to go take some meds, Joshua. Yeah, I'm going to take off pretty soon here myself. I know there's a pretty good crowd in here. It'd probably get a little bigger even. It's 7 in the morning, man. I didn't know there'd be so many people awake. And man, you guys have all inspired me to come back onto YouTube and just talk. Just like we used to do. We've talked about so many different things. It's great. Yeah, it's an Audi. He thinks he's so cool. Here, this phone's probably charged up by now. We'll see if it gets on the stream here. That's his Audi here. Let's see if we can get it in the picture here. Yeah, there it is. Needs a car wash, but it's really hot car. It really is a hot car, actually. For a 17-year-old kid, man, this thing is sick. Oh, he's got it locked in the freaking garage. He's got it locked. He doesn't want Dad to get into it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's an Audi TT. That's a pretty badass little car. Hatchback. It does need a car wash, but it's really mint. It's pretty mint. Did I get on the camera? Let's see there. Yeah. It needs a car wash, but he had it all washed the other day. Yeah, he had it washed the other day. But yeah, my wife's always giving me grief because, I mean, I've got like my bikes are all like over here in the corner. Hey, I don't want him, I don't want him outside rusting away, man. No, it's a 2001 Audi TT Quattro, all-wheel drive. It's 5-speed, maybe a 6-speed, manual, and it's turbo. It's a turbo. Yeah, they drove to frickin' almost to Chicago. I said, "You're not going into Chicago." When they were outside of Chicago about an hour or something. They drove to Illinois to get that car. It really looks cool. He's done a lot to it, actually. I'm kind of proud of the work he's done. Dad's a mechanic, not for a living, but, I've taught him stuff, and now he does stuff on his own. He's made stuff work. I mean, he's done a lot of work. I see it. I saw the car. Maverick's still here. Hey, Maverick. Yeah, I can't leave yet. I'm going to have another cigarette. I love talking machines. But yeah, he paid 4,600 for it. He works. He works. I mean, being homeschooled makes it more flexible for him to work. But he's done stuff to it where I just shook my head. And I gotta admit, he made it work. Like, I remember a couple months ago, I came home and it's got a cool dual exhaust system on it. In the back it's 2-to-1 to 2. You know how those go if you're into cars. So I come home and he frickin' cut the exhaust off. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Beautiful. I mean, those are expensive. That's not cheap. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Oh, I just wanted it louder. And he put a flex pipe out. Well, in actuality, he had ordered a new exhaust for it in the back that had a little throatier sound to it, and he actually frickin' put the whole thing on. I was totally impressed. And then he got these wheels. They're Subaru wheels. They're really nice. Got new tires on them. And they don't fit the Audi bolt pattern. So he went online, and he's like, I'm getting spacers. Don't worry, it's going to work fine. If you know anything about cars, spacers will, because the rims would sort of rub on the shocks. So he got these 2-inch spacers, installed them. I was like, is that safe? And he's like, yeah, actually it's safer than the stock wheels. And he frickin' made these Subaru rims fit on there. And I didn't see how it was going to work when he was first doing it, because he had to kind of just lightly grind out the inside of these wheel spacers to fit over the little circle hub. And I was like, dude, is that going to be safe? And he's like, no, it's just to get the rust, so it's a tight fit, He's really done a lot to it. I'm really proud of him. No, I think it's a single turbo. It's a single, it's not a twin. But it's fun. It looks badass when it's washed. I gotta admit, it does look. It looks badass. I bought his car. I bought his Mercury Milan. I remember how excited he was when we first got that. He but he got bored with it so quick, and then he wanted the Audi. So I agreed to buy his Milan from him. So, hey. Oh, wow. Okay, Mraz. Mr. Fulton Mraz got in a car accident. The guy he bought it from, 420 already changed the suspension. It's got the really nice coilovers. Um, the guy that he bought it from put really nice coilovers in it. Did some work to it actually. And that's pretty cool. Another thing he did that I didn't think was going to work. Yeah, I hope everyone's okay, Mr. Fulton Mraz. Prayers for you. Yeah, morning. Let me reread that. My mom got in a really bad car accident Saturday. Are you guys in the hospital or something? Great to see y'all. Have a wonderful day. Yeah, I got to get going pretty soon too, Carol Loving, Alaska. Anyway, 7 in the morning. I got to go check on Ozzy. He was sleeping, but I got to see if he's still sleeping. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Luckily, it's his. Joshua Coe's going to head out. Yeah, you know what? If I don't head out, I'll never head out. I'll never head out if I don't head out because I am kind of starting to feel it a little bit. I'll tell you, I'll be back again on YouTube, maybe a lot this week. You guys really inspired me just to sit and talk and just have a great conversation. And really, you guys inspired me. Thank you. Um, yeah, I'm looking, going. It's 7:08 in the morning. I'm gonna be feeling it a little bit. You guys inspired me to come back to YouTube. It's really nice over here, actually. It's really relaxing, actually. So look, I'm just gonna say goodnight, 420 in the hospital. My girlfriend has a neck brace. Okay. Well, put it in God's hands, Mr. Fulton Mraz, and you'll be okay. Yeah, that car did. Well, a different stream, we'll talk about cars, Patrick. Marika, always a pleasure. Much love to you and your family. And Patrick Villers, thanks for hanging. Carol Loving, Alaska. Um, I'll probably forget. Let me just go up the list. Joshua Coe. Oh, Maverick has been here for a while. Um, trying to get my phone over here. Brenda Hall, thanks for being here. Um, I think I've gotten everyone who's typing. We had a bunch of other great people here tonight. Davros was here and happy trails. Yeah, if I don't go, I'll just keep streaming, and I'm starting to feel it like, a little bit like it might be time to go to sleep. So much love. I'll see you on the next stream. Tina Baker, hi, bye bye. All right, much love to everyone.